It's a whole other world.
Might be like 2 people.
I'm gonna go ahead and put your talking right here. Oh, come on, my friend. Please, come on.
They've been there a long time.
Oh, yeah, he's right down there. Where's Glenn? I know your name's Glenn. Oh, no.
So there's all kinds of things going on here tonight. Yeah. I might go sit down.
We know the band.
That's it. That's it.
What is it?
They're presentation boards.
We'll see how that works out.
Welcome. I'd like everyone to please take a seat. This is brand new audio, so we're getting used to a lot of things here today, but if you'll find a seat, we appreciate it. And I don't have my gavel, so a mayor auctioneer without a gavel is a little lost, but we'll move forward anyway. I want to thank everyone for coming out to what is the inaugural meeting in our brand new town hall. I hope you think it's as wonderful as I do. And we had a ribbon cutting this morning, and on Friday we will have an open house from 5 to 7 p.m. and everyone will be welcome. Council members and myself will be here to greet you and show you all the wonderful things that this building will do for our community. So it is Tuesday, August 8th, 2017. We are in the council's chambers. The first and second things on my agenda today are the prayer by Chaplain McGowan and the Pledge of Allegiance. I would ask the chaplain to come up and say the prayer, and I would ask Mr. Garch to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand?
Father, we thank you for such a wonderful community that we have that works together, that pulls together, and God, that does everything that we can do to help one another. Help us to be better citizens. Thank you for our first responders, Lord, as they go about their business of serving and keeping us safe as we go about our business. Thank you for the council members that dedicate their time, their thoughts, and their energies into making us a better community, Lord. We just ask your blessings upon us as we move forward. Help us to do it with your wisdom and your guidance. Help our words to be strong, but Lord, to be kind to one another, to be gentle with our guidance to our community. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes, we are in new seats. The council members are alphabetical.
That's why I was going to know Will Haynes is before Paul Garch. Right back.
I'm not sure, sir. All I know is we're alphabetical, and I sat where my nameplate was. So, and anyway, another monumentous occasion. That is the first time we've said the pledge in our new building. So, the third thing on the agenda is the compliance with the Freedom of Information Act Mr. Pagliarini, are we in compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then I need approval of the agenda. Yes, sir.
Want to move the committee reports 9. K, the Public Service Committee. And switch 2 to 1.
Okay, so let me make sure I'm with you. So we're moving 9, to what area do you want to move it?
Public Services, I just want to switch 1 and 2. 2
Oh.
go to where 1 is, 1 is.
Okay, so the amended agenda request is under K, Public Services Committee, to exchange 2 for number 1 and 1 for number 2. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Amended agenda?
second his motion to.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Haney?
Are you through, Councilman? I was just second his motion to amend the agenda.
A couple of citizens who are here to speak to this asked if we would consider moving that up. We had a marathon meeting last month and a lot of folks hung in there with us late. Councilman Owens, do you have any inclination to move that up in the agenda since it's your motion? I would second it, but Councilman Garrett's jumping to it.
Right. I don't have a problem with moving it up.
Maybe right after planning committee.
8, Planning Committee, after the Planning Committee. Motion.
Okay, hang on, let me,
Second.
thank you. Let me make sure, let me turn to the point of my agenda so that I'm correct in what we're doing.
We're trying to get that G in front of that H all night. I know.
So number 9, sorry, I'm with you.
K, Public Service Committee.
Okay, so right before old business on the agenda. Is that correct or no?
Right after, yeah, planning. Old business.
Okay, after planning, old business, so let me make sure that I get these motions written down correctly. So we're gonna do 2,
First committee.
1. Thank you. Okay, so, Mr. Pagliarini, I have a motion to approve the agenda with the amended agenda with a second. Are there any other questions? Yes, sir. We're going to be moving this to the first committee report, Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee. The committee report we're moving is K, and we're also amending to move item number 2 to number 1 and number 1 to number 2.
Thank you. There is a, I don't know how lengthy, it could be very lengthy. The report associated with this is this big, and there's a lot of information and decisions to move forward, and I think that information might be better received early rather than late, and that's another reason I support that.
Okay, thank you very much. So, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it.
Mayor, I move to approve the amended agenda.
So I now have a motion to approve the amended agenda and a second. Any other questions, concerns, changes? Getting used to how this looks and where my council members are. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it. Item number 5 on the agenda is public hearings, awards, and presentations, and we have several this evening.
We do, Mayor. Would you and council members join me out front? If you would stand in front of the dais. Mayor, council members, we have a special announcement and recognition. The town of Mount Pleasant has been awarded the South Carolina American Public Works Association 2016 Project of the Year for Shem Creek Park Phase 2. Our project was specifically recognized as the Project of the Year in the categories of structural and restoration projects. This was a very unique and exciting project, as you well know. We had a number of important partners who were involved with the project that we would like to recognize. And if we could invite these folks up to join us up front. First, I'd like to ask up the members of the project team. That is Jen Hayes with Thomas & Hutton, Cliff Huff from Cape Romaine Contractors, and members of the Fitch and Simmons families who granted us the necessary easement on the docks to create this wonderful addition to the park.
Thank you, brother.
And finally, we'd also like to recognize, if he would come forward, our town engineer, Kevin Mitchell. He was the project manager on both Shem Creek phases 1 and 2. Ms. Kevin, come forward, please. And to present the award and plaques to all of our partners, we would like to welcome the president of the South Carolina APWA, Mr. Tom O'Brien, up front.
Mayor Pettis, on behalf of the South Carolina American Public Works Association, I'd like to present you this plaque for 2017 Project of the Year, Shem Creek Park Phase 2. As said, exciting project. We recently hosted our state conference here in the week of July 11th through 14th, and Kevin was gracious enough, along with his team, to present the project not only as an educational session, but it was such a great project. And what we asked the city to do is our closing ceremony. He also presented the project again too, and it's just a great opportunity for public-private together with the families of Cape Land and the easements to make the project happen. Kevin was a great PR guy for you, and also encouraged several people to come see the project while they were talking. They did, and they enjoyed it, took advantage of Shem Creek and the lovely restaurants there. And just want to thank you guys for allowing us to come present this to you tonight.
Thank you very much. So come on, Benny, stand up here. Don't get heads back there. Thank you. Very well.
Thank you, sir. Next, Mount Pleasant has been recognized as a great American defense community. And with us to lead us in this recognition, we have Charleston Metro Chamber Chair Patrick Bryant and Vice President of Development Shay Sinclair.
Well, first, congrats on your ribbon cutting this morning. I apologize for not being here. We were signing 120 apprentices to the Trident Tech Apprenticeship Program that you might be familiar with. Incredibly exciting news for our entire region as well. On behalf of the region's business community and 1,600 member companies of the Charleston Metro Chamber of Commerce, I would like to thank Mayor Page, members of council, and residents of the Mount Pleasant's community for unfailing support of our armed forces. The U.S. military has, as of a recent study we just completed, a $10.6 billion economic impact on the Charleston region. It generates 1 out of every 12 jobs statewide, and of course those military jobs pay 37% higher than the average salary in our state. Joint Base Charleston is a vital piece to our shared prosperity, and all of us, including our local governments, business leaders, and nonprofit organizations, share a responsibility for supporting our men and women who wear the uniform. Charleston region is living up to that responsibility in a big way. Last month, we, with the Chamber, many of our elected officials from the counties and municipalities headed to D.C. for a presentation where the Association of Defense Communities named the Charleston region one of the great American defense communities, which is a huge honor. And as a business person that's been involved for many, many years in our region, As you know, from time to time, we're going to have to fight economic issues, brats and other things, and this is a huge marker that the military looks for in whether or not we're supporting our communities. So the Metro Chamber nominated the entire region for this distinction, and many things were in that list, but I'll highlight just a few from our region. Coastal Crisis Chaplaincy's collaboration with Joint Base Charleston, Berkeley County Library's Bookmobile on Joint Base Charleston, the Sports Fields Initiative in partnership with the City of Goose Creek, Joint Base Charleston's Honorary Commanders Program that we've sent many, many people through, the Charleston River Dogs support for military families through numerous events, and our new Emergency 911 partnership in collaboration with Charleston County Consolidated Dispatch. So we're very thankful for those many organizations and individuals that have supported our military community and helped us get recognized as a great American defense community. So to mark this prestigious distinction, I'd like to present the town of Mount Pleasant with an official Great American Defense Community flag, and hope that you will fly it proudly. Thank you so much for your support.
Well, just last month we were here, thank you. Just last month we were here recognizing our 14U soccer team for their achievements, and they're back again because of something very special. Gary, will you lead us in this recognition?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I'm not used to having my back turned toward the crowd, but all these good days, you know how it is. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our U14 champions. For those of you who were here last time, we had them come before us, and we wished them great success in their attempt to become the first team to win the national championship from Mount Pleasant. And lo and behold, they did. Now, I can tell you, I can read. They gave me a lot of stuff to read, but I tell you, you don't want to hear from a politician. Tonight, we would like for the coach to come up. Coach, come on up. Tell us a story about your guys. We're so proud of all of you guys.
It's the best angle. So, thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Town of Mount Pleasant, for recognizing us. I wanted to script this a little bit so I don't forget. So, United Surf Academy, 03 boys, they won the national championship a week on Saturday, and this team are comprised of players from the surrounding areas. They participated and won the U14 boys division at the national title. It's only the second team in our state's history to do this. The first team from Mount Pleasant. The journey started with 10,000 teams a year ago, and we ended up winning our state, winning the region, a week in Greensboro. So it's really a special thing. You know, some of this achievement doesn't happen without so much support, whether it's you guys supporting us, people keeping tabs, so many family and friends going out their way to support us, whether it's financially, whether it was giving us the moral support, whether it was keeping tabs on us. The highlight to me was I looked at the number of views. The game was streamed live, and we had over 1,000 views, and that's really something for what is essentially a recreational event. So again, thank you, congratulations to the board.
I just wanted to say, on behalf of the mayor and town council and our whole community, we're so proud of you. Congratulations, guys. And I don't see Coach Lundy around, but anyhow, okay, we want to thank Coach Lundy as well. So thank you guys very much.
Mayor, council members, we have two special employees to recognize for their longevity, and Ms. Gervin will start us off.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Yes, ma'am. It's my pleasure tonight to recognize Marie Isaac for 20 years of service to the town. Marie began her career with the municipal court in 1997. She was a part-time data entry clerk. Eventually that position became full-time, and it took some convincing due to family obligations that we could make full-time work for her. As a part-time employee, Marie was already a valuable asset to the court and the town. Marie later moved to the position of executive secretary, and in 2009 was promoted to deputy court administrator. Marie is dedicated, conscientious, not afraid of a challenge, and approaches change with a positive attitude. The court is consistently challenged by new legislation and unfunded mandates, both of which must be implemented no matter the lack of manpower, time, or cost associated with it. Marie will explore all avenues and present a solution that will be most effective and performed in an efficient and expedient manner. During the past year, I battled a serious illness, and Marie stepped in my absence to run the municipal court in the same exemplary manner as always. Her kindness, compassion, and support on a professional and personal level for everyone she encounters on a daily basis are the type of attributes that make our workforce and leadership team the very best. Marie is a driving force in the municipal court and a true asset to our daily operation and organization. Thank you for 20 years.
Ira Grossman, come on up.
Oh, Ira.
Hello, Ira. Ira, as you know, many of you know Ira as our town of Mount Pleasant solicitor. In fact, many of you in the audience may also know Ira.
And those doing at home.
That's right. Ira's been with us 20 years, and the job he's done has been exemplary. He prosecutes every case in the town of Mount Pleasant. He certainly has for the last 20 years. And keep this in mind, we get about 15,000 cases a year. So multiply that by 20 years, and if my math is correct, it's about 300,000 cases that Ira has been involved in. And Ira swears, I don't know if this is true, that he remembers the details of every single case. And he may very well. He has served this town, this community, with fidelity to the law and fairness and merit in all of his dealings, and he's represented us all very, very well. He is also an avid New York Giants football fan. For 20 years of excellent work, Ira Grossman.
for a picture. Maybe a hug, maybe a hug. Here you go. This is a nice side of you. Give me a hug.
Thank you so much.
That's it. That worked. Thank you very much. Item number 6 on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the July 11th, 2017 town council meeting and the July 2017 financial statement.
I have a correction to the minutes, please. It is on page 47 of 79 in the print version. At the bottom of the page, this was in the vote. Make sure I've got the right thing. Yes. There being no questions, Mayor Page called for the vote. Mr. Bremer, Mr. Carey, Mr. Smith, and Mayor Page voted yes. Mr. Owens, Mr. Bustos voted no. I checked with the clerk. I did in fact vote no, and the minutes should be amended to reflect that on page 47.
Thank you. So noted. So we have a motion for approval with the amended notation from Mr. Hayne. All in favor? Any other questions? Oh, doesn't get a second? I thought it-
Second.
Okay, thank you. Do you have the right one? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it. Item number 7 is correspondence and public statements. I believe we have several people signed up to speak.
Yes, Mayor, we do. William Hamilton?
6 years ago, about 2 o'clock in the morning, then Councilman, now Mayor Page, called me up, and she said that it was my job to make sure we didn't lose our bus routes.
But I do need your name and address for the record, Mr. Hamilton.
William Hamilton, 32 Soul Street, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. 6 years ago, the mayor, then Councilman, Vice Chairman of the Carter Board called me and told me that in 5 days we had a meeting where we could lose all of our bus service. Since then, I have fought with the support of this town, the generous support of this town, and the people, and many of the people in this room, to prove not only that we could have bus service, but that we could triple bus ridership, and the idea that conservative southern communities wouldn't ride the bus was a lie. We did things people believed was impossible. A year ago, County Council voted changing the wording on the slide without telling us to commit us to a referendum. Mount Pleasant's leadership stepped up, formed Best Friends of Low Country Transit, and delivered the margin of victory in a referendum that produced $600 million for better public transit. We knew what we wanted because the COG had released a $500,000 study of what we were going to get if we voted. Now maybe the COG's 500,000 studies aren't important, but I thought this was a promise. This is what we got. CARTA allegedly didn't ask for any real increase in money to improve bus service. They cut bus service in Charleston County by about $2 million a year and a half ago, cut our number 40 route from once every 40 minutes to once every hour, stopped going all the way to Wando High School, cut nights, weekends, and holidays, and gave us a weird 41 route that doesn't work, which I expect they want to cut. They didn't ask for enough money to replace the money they cut out of their own budget 2 years ago. They asked for $1 million additional dollars for operations, $2 million for new buses. So what we're going to get for our half-penny sales tax, despite this promise, this shows bus routes to the beach and improved bus routes all over the county, what we're going to get is bus service that's worse than we had 2 years ago in Mount Pleasant. I would ask you to reject their budget, send them back, ask them to try again. And this document is all the people in the county that signed to support better bus service.
Mr. Kume?
Evan Cudine, 3032 River Vista Way. Nice to be here in the new town hall. Make note of that address, 3032 River Vista Way. Just now while I was sitting there, I decided to drum up 3032 River Vista Way, and how long will it take to get to the 4 fire stations that are going to serve my house? This is what I found. The closest one is 9 minutes away, which will barely meet the national minimum standard of response time. 9 minutes. Okay, we can get a fire truck there in 9 minutes, but not enough to actually fight a fire. The second one comes from, that's from the Dunes West Firehouse to my house. The second one is from Carolina Park, that's for 18 minutes. The third one is 6 Mile, that's 19 minutes. The fourth one is from Foster Road by Bell Hall, down Long Point, across 17, up 41, 24-minute response time. Those are deadly response times, and I've spoke about it for years now before this council and other prior councils. Spoke before the Planning Commission about it. It's really time to wake up. You know, people don't like it. It makes certain people uncomfortable, and I'm sorry about that, but it's a lot worse when you're burying people. You know, our firefighters deserve proper backup. It's time we take it serious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Canane. Appreciate your comments.
Eugenia Felsinger.
Greetings, and thank you for letting me speak briefly. Eugenia Felsinger, 960 Scotland Drive, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I have lived here in Mount Pleasant for 30 years. I think we are in desperate need for transit improvement. CARTA needs the funds to do what it needs to do. For 15 of those years, I worked at Trident Medical Center and at Somerville Hospital. Originally, I could get to Trident Hospital in 25 minutes. Now, if I want to be on time, I need to go an hour or an hour and a half early. And I was going in the direction that I considered that I was very lucky, because people coming the other way trying to get to us to work, to be our workers here in this town, are in gridlock every morning. Now that I'm retired, I say, oh, I'm just so grateful I'm not in that every morning. If I had a meeting at Trident Tech in the afternoon at 5 or at Trident Medical Center, I have to leave here at 3 every day. Now, I'm retired and I don't have to face that every day, but that greatly hurts families. It hurts the environment. It hurts our community. We know already we have an affordable care, we have affordable housing problem. We need quick transit from Somerville to here, with each county pitching in what they need to. But we also need to have our county step up, and for Mount Pleasant to improve its bus system, for it to be the very best. We need our college students here to stay at home and go to Trident Tech or go where they need to go to. We need it for our college students, and we need it for our workers. And we need it for our families, because every minute that we are on the road, we're not with our families. Thank you very much, and please support and get the funds for us now.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Howard Chapman.
Welcome, Mr. Chapman. Interesting to see you on the other side there.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Page and council members. My name is Howard Chapman. I reside at 824 Natchez Circle. I am here tonight for 2 reasons. One is to congratulate you on your new town hall. It's beautiful, and thank Administrator for giving me a quick tour yesterday. It's certainly state-of-the-art and will serve the town for many years. Second is to thank you for the opportunity to serve the town for the last 8 years on the Planning Commission. I've had the opportunity to serve 9 mayors in Mount Pleasant, going back to 1976, when I worked with Mayor Rodney Darby on some chat issues. At that time, town population was about 12,000 maybe. I later had the opportunity to serve on the First Street Commission. I also had the opportunity to be your first traffic engineer under Mayor Johnny Dodds. That all did not prepare me for what Mayor Hallman and at that time, Councilmember Swales asked me to do, and that was to serve on the Planning Commission. With your help, I've stayed on it for 8 years, served during 4 mayors, and in that regard, I didn't always vote on the prevailing side, but I did try to always vote on the side of the law. I also tried to vote on the side of the applicant's rights, as well as the citizens' rights who were impacted by what was going to happen with that request. As you know, by reading our minutes, I always try to keep or get more trees. You might be able to cut down a tree, but you don't have to. To make the town more walkable with sidewalks, and that's always in the minutes probably of every meeting. And also to gain extra amenities for Carter, which are out on the street today. Sometimes I was successful, sometimes I wasn't. With the help of a capable and dedicated town staff providing us with tremendous information and analysis, I believe our decisions were fair and within the law, except for one time, while I was chairman of Dunes West. Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Brimmer, you may recall that issue that we mediated, I'm sorry. But I think we got a better plan for the applicant, a better plan for the town, and also a better plan for the residents, which was important. I believe the Planning Commission is in good hands, and with the current members, I have enjoyed working with all of them. The town staff in planning, transportation, and public service are the ones who came to us most often. They worked very hard for you and could probably use some more help with the increasing size of the town and now having over 85,000 people. You can't close the gate. It's a great community and one that demands and deserves constant vigilance. Mayor Page, Council, thank you for the certificate you gave me in the Cresco paperweight. And thank you, Mr. Brimmer, for coming into our last meeting to make that presentation. If I can be of service in the future, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Appreciate those kind words.
Barry Wolf, 1468 Pocahontas. Let me first say, if I could take this out of my 2 minutes, I think we've kind of missed the ball when it comes to the awards for the work the people who serve us at this town. We've gotten facing this way. The awards should be bestowed upon them by these people and not the council. That's just a point of order, so to speak. It appears we have another lively night in store. I applaud this body for finally taking up the issue of the butchering of trees in all areas, specifically in the older areas of Mount Pleasant, by the pruning of SC, E, and G, and the clearing of what some people see as obnoxious large developments. There are other items on the agenda that I'll talk about as they come up. I know that this is the time for comments and not questions and answers, but I will pose this in the form of a question. As you are all aware, I've been to quite a few council meetings over the last several years, and it would be fair to say that I've read every agenda front to back before I came. It's one thing that stood out tonight that I haven't seen in an agenda, and that was one of the last lines, and it said, "Council may take action on any item listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in executive session during a properly noticed meeting." My question to council is, why denied? Why not last week? Why not 2 months ago? Why not a year ago? Why did we change it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Appreciate your comments.
Joshua Reynolds.
How you doing this evening, council members? pardon my casual appearance, I don't get many days off. I work in the food and bev industry, and I just wanted to come and make sure that they were represented in the matters of the CARTA budget, and made it known how important the public transit system is to them. A lot of people could easily argue that our food and beverage industry is a backbone of why we get such awards in our tourism industry. And I've had several employees beneath me. Pardon me, I manage at Steel City Pizzas, so I have many employees who I've employed over the years who have used the public transit system. And as mentioned earlier, it takes almost 2 hours for them to get to work at times. On the Coleman side, there's not even a route on Sundays, so when I'm making the schedule, I have to make sure to accommodate the fact that they have no way to get to work unless they get an expensive Uber ride. It's going to take up at least an hour or two of their pay. I just really wanted to reiterate that it is expensive to take the alternates, Uber and Lyft. Coming from the North Charleston area, it costs them a good $15 each way. After $30, that is, half their nights out for pay. I think that I grew up in Detroit as well, so growing up in the Motor City, it was always known that they didn't need a public transit system. And I think that's an extreme case of what happens to a city when its citizens are not able to get around and fulfill the infrastructure, such as food and beverage industry, manufacturing industry. And that doesn't even count, the elderly who need to get to their appointments and such. I just want to make sure that that voice was recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. We certainly appreciate that.
Erin McKee.
Good evening. My name is Erin McKee, 1106 Short River Court. And I will tell you that personally, I live on off Rifle Range, and I spend 20 minutes each day longer in my car than I did 2 years ago. I also don't take 526 anymore. I drive down Coleman Boulevard to go to the Ravenel, because not only is the ride longer, but the other thing that's not talked about are the accidents, that people are hurt, people are killed because it's just too many cars. I also represent working people. I'm the president of South Carolina AFL-CIO. And a lot of people already said things that I was going to say, so I will try and be brief. But working people need to be able to get to work. Employers need their people to be able to get to work. We all know that this area is pretty expensive to live in, and we all know that wages are not very high, especially in the hospitality and restaurant, which is what many of our workers are in. So a good transit system is vital to the economy for the area. And I appreciate your taking the time to listen, and I do hope that you will vote to reject the starvation plan that we have and move to something that gets us a good transit system now, not in 10 years, not in 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. That's all we have signed up tonight for public speaking. Would you like to speak, Mr. Wright?
Madam Mayor and Council, John Wright, 145 Rose Lane, in the Old Village. Thank you all for allowing me this time. We've come a long way from Royal Avenue to this big, beautiful building that we're now in. I remember as a kid being on Royal Avenue and going and watching the fire trucks. Seems like such a short time ago. I want to, in regards to a comment that was made earlier, Chief Williams, I want to thank you. And I want to thank this town and the staff for that accredited fire department that we have. And the whole fear that somebody's house is going to catch on fire and you guys are not going to respond, I just don't see that to be even logical, But I want to thank the fire department. I want to recognize them as an national accredited fire department. And I have no reason to believe, in my 29 years away, but more importantly, my 4 years back home, that nothing's going to happen in Mount Pleasant, that anyone should be concerned that their house is going to catch on fire and that accredited department will not be able to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you very much. I didn't have your name, but you're certainly welcome to address us.
My name is Brooks Davis. I live at 1945 Oak Tree Lane, Sweetgrass subdivision. What I'd like to address tonight is item number 1 under new business, which is the impact assessment and conceptual plan for Home Depot. In taking a look at the facts, we've already got a Lowe's at Market Center, there's a proposed Home Depot at Lang, and a new Lowe's being built at Oakland. The Lowe's at Market Center is approximately 120 square feet and has about an 8-acre footprint. The proposed Home Depot at Lang is 137,000 square feet, 10-acre footprint. The new Lowe's at Oakland is 167,000 square feet with a 13-acre footprint. What I find interesting is that the Home Depot is 1.6 miles or 4 minutes from the Lowe's that we already have. The new Lowe's is 3 minutes or 3 miles or a 5-minute drive from the new Home Depot that's proposed. In summary, we've got 424,000 square feet of retail space being built, subtracting the 120 that's already at the town center, sitting on 31 acres of developed land, all within 4.5 miles of each other in 9 minutes. We're already having trouble with congestion, traffic, and everything else, and I want to know how this is going to add to that. I'm worried about hurricane evacuations. 26, 526, 41, and the IOP connector are the main egresses for hurricane evacuation, which are all routed through 17. Emergency response times are going to suffer. Traffic. Last week we discussed we're going to have to find $25 million to take care of the stormwater problems in Old Village. And I know that everybody's looking for ways to do that. I would suggest that we cancel item number 1 under new business and take however many thousands of dollars it's going to cost to pay for an impact assessment conceptual plan for Home Depot and put that towards stormwater. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Is there anyone else before I close the public comment section? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Carrie Kim, and my family and I live on Atlantic Street in Old Mount Pleasant. I wanted to express my gratitude tonight to the council for pushing the infrastructure we need to help alleviate the lack of drainage in our part of town. As tax-paying homeowners who deal with flooding on a regular basis, it has not been only stressful financially, but emotionally. When the town announced the drainage study, I assisted by providing photographs of basically every rain event on our street to the town. Currently, our stretch of Atlantic Street has 0 drainage, not one drain, not one pipe. I am hopeful our voices have been heard, and we can finally receive the much-needed help we have been asking for in a timely manner. It is heartbreaking that some residents, like Rosemary Burnett, who lives on the corner of Freeman and Royal, have already lost so much. Time is of the essence. I do want to share one observation of a finding in the study. I think it was presented a few weeks ago. When the study says that only a handful of residents flood during a rain event, they're not taking into account the number of residents who use sandbags on a regular basis to keep water out of their homes, or have spent large amounts of money putting in dry wells, landscaping, and berms to keep water out. If we did not have sandbags at our home, we would be filing FEMA claims left and right, due to the fact that we flood with every rainstorm, not a 10-year rainstorm, every rainstorm. It seems crazy to be standing in such a grandiose space tonight, discussing whether or not we can fund basic infrastructure needs of the people. I am truly hopeful that the council will move forward with funding of this project, address the highest need areas promptly, and bring us into the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim. Before I close public comments, is there anyone else?
Does that include questions too?
No, ma'am, this is just public comment. Okay. If you've signed up to speak under a separate issue, you're certainly welcome to come forward.
I didn't know I had to sign up to speak, sorry.
Okay. If you'd like to speak now, I'd be glad to give you 2 minutes right there. Ms. Burnett, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
I'm here for the same reason, because a lot of us, this is our first time, and we didn't know we had to sign a special form to speak in a little while.
That's fine. So you can have a choice.
The
I will-
drainage and ADUs.
Yes, ma'am, we'll give you a choice. You're certainly welcome to speak now. If you'd like to give us your name and address, you'll have 2 minutes. If you'd like to speak under the
I'm
item,
waiting.
it's fine as well. Would you like to speak now?
I can wait,
Okay, great.
just as long as we're able to. Those
Certainly.
who didn't sign up.
I'm always welcome to take public comment at any time.
Thank you.
Glad to have you here. Ms. Burnett, would you like to speak now, or would you like to wait until the?
I'm gonna wait for the right time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Dan Wall, 1837 Palmetto Isle Drive, Mount Pleasant. Didn't plan on speaking, but I just wanted to make my point as far as Home Depot. I am for Home Depot, only because right now, Mount Pleasant and 80,000 of their constituents are pretty much, the only place they can shop right now is Lowe's. It's no wonder why the Lowe's in 17 is probably the most prosperous store they have in the country. I think we need some competition. I'm a little surprised that we allowed another Lowe's to open up just how many miles it was from the existing one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wong, for speaking today. I'm going to close the public comment period now, and we have about 17 people signed up for the next item. So if the council wouldn't mind, could we take a short 5-minute break at this time before we move into the rest of this? So we'll take about 5 minutes.
Okay, on this part now, what is the rest of the day? Is it station? That's what it should say.
to item number 8, planning new business. Number A1 is the impact assessment and conceptual plan for the Home Depot. Ms. Farrell?
Good evening. The first item that we have is, as you stated, the impact assessment and concept plan for Home Depot. This is a 9.9 acre tract located on Highway 17. This did come in front of you last month, but you at that same time received a request from the applicant to defer back to the planning committee because they wanted to be able the opportunity to address some of the concerns and comments that had come from the planning commission as well as the planning committee. And so what you received through the planning committee this past month was an updated conceptual plan. Everything remained the same with the impact assessment document itself. So to cover just general basics of this particular development proposal, it's 9.9 acre tract of land. Y'all are familiar with it. It's the old Lang Middle School site located at Highway 17 and 6 Mile Road. The proposed is a 135,000 square foot Home Depot. The zoning is already in place for the property, so this is only an impact assessment and concept plan. No rezoning request is associated with this. We do have a couple of maps recommended for commercial, and then the zoning that I've already stated is area-wide business. We have the original concept plan if we need to refer to that, and then this is the updated plan that should be showing on your screen as well that we have received, which addresses many of the comments that were raised throughout the process. You've received a memo that outlined all of those changes. So I'll be glad to answer any questions perhaps that you have with that, but moving on to some of the different changes that we see on this particular concept plan. There was a modification to parking. As when this came to you all the first time, they were trying to incorporate the reduction in the parking by implementing our bicycle facilities. They've removed that, and so now the parking meets our standards. Town ordinance, they are showing a stub driveway to the adjacent property. This is so they can have interconnectivity to the very large tract of land that is located immediately next to them on Highway 17. They're showing the screen wall along 6 Mile Road at the loading area. This is something that came out of the Planning Commission. There are a number of minor site details that came out of staff's review that are a little bit more technical in nature, like widths of drive aisles and things of that nature that have been addressed. They are reflecting the recommended transportation improvements at 6 Mile and Highway 17, and finally also plans for a Cardiff shelter. So that's a summary of the changes since the first time that it was presented to the Planning Commission and Committee. Now, with all of that having been said, the Planning Commission, when they saw this initially, they did recommend approval. They had a number of recommendations with that, and then when this came back through the second time with Planning Committee also recommended approval with conditions. So the conditions that I'm getting ready to run through are a combination of those that came from the Planning Commission and then the revised ones that we have from the Planning Committee. To begin with, this does have to go to the Commercial Design Review Board if approved, and so they obviously will do kind of the final on any reviews of the landscaping and the site. However, the plan that's presented to DRB should largely conform to anything that is approved by Town Council. So there's a few things that they will need to address a little bit further, and those have been noted bulleted on the screen for you and for the public to see here regarding the screen wall, preservation of trees, and then finally recognition of Lang Middle School. There is a requirement for an installation of a historical marker commemorating Lang Middle School. If there are any artifacts found on the site, which they actually were minimal, what was found on the site, those would be donated to the town. We do need a written agreement from all easement holders because there are a few easements that are on the perimeter of the property to demonstrating that they've been granted approval to have buffers within the easements, and that needs to be provided prior to Design Review Board approval. The rest of these are really more related to transportation. First of all, regarding the connectivity to the site that I've already mentioned with the adjacent property, we will need to have a recorded easement granting access to that property prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy. The transportation improvements also would need to be incorporated prior to CO, and so this would be related back to turn lanes referenced in the second and third bullets. The next is the right turn lane and deceleration lane. We do know that they will have to go through a little more of an in-depth process with HCDOT on that particular improvement, and it would be contingent upon DOT approval in order to make that particular improvement. So that was noted so in the condition. And finally, then construction of the car to bus shelter on 6 Mile Road. The town is currently improving one on the across the street at Echo, and so this will mirror. There's a bus stop there already, so this will be a shelter at obviously a good location with Goodwill and Echo. There's a lot of users in that particular area. That summarizes the conditions that were recommended by the Planning Commission and the Planning Committee. We are here to answer any additional questions. Mr. Morrison, if you have anything regarding transportation or need for planning, and then the applicant is represented here tonight as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Farrell. So I will turn it over to the council. Do you have any questions of Ms. Farrell, Mr. Morrison, or the developer? Mr. Santos.
Christiane, I was looking at, I think it's item number 3, preservation of protected trees in the buffer area. I think the word here is protected. So protected means our oaks and our magnolia trees and things like that. I guess my question is, if there aren't any protected trees in there, do they get to clear the whole area?
Well, yes, they would, but I believe that there's some protected trees that are located within that. And I know we've had a lot of discussions about trees lately, and so I think you may be a little bit familiar with what I'm getting ready to say. We classify our trees into 4 classes, and so only the 4th class can actually be completely removed, which is pine trees, sweet gums, and then invasive species. Anything that's above that, even like a hackberry or something of that nature, if it's there and it's protected, meaning it's greater than 8 inches in size and it's not dead, then they have to preserve that tree.
Also, the pine trees, which you know are indigenous to the area here, and the gum trees, sweet gum trees. I mean, the majority of our trees seem to be like those type of trees around here. I mean, we have a lot of oaks, yes. But I guess my question is, they're showing for a 10-foot buffer along 6 Mile Road. I'm trying to think how many trees you get in a 10-foot buffer that's protected. I mean, I don't see any that they can put in there. 10-foot buffer is what, maybe 1 tree? Or 2?
Well, the 10-foot buffer, that's what we're talking about. So, I get to use our technology here. Okay, so we're talking this area right here, okay, along 6 Mile. That's a landscape buffer. And so what they have committed to, that's in the conditions, is first of all, there's a couple of live oaks that are there that they will save. Okay, there's power line easement, these trees have been affected by trimmings, utility trimmings over the years. However, based on a lot of discussion, and they're actually pointed out, that right there and that right there. They will save those 2. Everything else is pretty much has been heavily impacted by the utility trimming or is not protected. And quite honestly, there's, because we were temporarily located over there off the 6 Mile Road, so I drove this road every single day going to work. There's not a lot of trees right there on 6 Mile. So what they will be required to do, in addition to saving those 2 trees, is they're going to have to plant a landscape buffer. A landscape buffer, a 10-foot buffer, prescribes, I don't remember the number, but it's a certain number of canopy trees are required every 100 feet in addition to understory trees. So you're going to end up every 100 feet with additional trees planted all the way down that line, where I just drew the line. So they protect those 2 and plant more.
Are you good, Mr. Santos?
I mean, I'm satisfied, but I'm not good. I'd like to see more trees there buffering 6 Mile Road.
Well, thank you very much. Is there any other questions from council?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Haney?
If you look down, these aren't numbered. A right turn deceleration lane, this is down at the bottom of the page. It says, if DOT approval is received, then the improvement must be made prior to certificate of occupancy. Okay, so that's an if. We don't know, right?
That's right, and Mr. Morrison maybe could answer a little more in depth, but I do know that they've contacted DOT, and DOT has some preliminary concerns with that particular improvement. We'd still like to see it made if possible, and that's why there's a requirement to push forward with the application with our support on that, and if DOT does finally approve it, then they would have to make that improvement.
Okay, and then if you move down to the next one, construction of a Carter bus shelter on the site, in the last part of that sentence, the shelter's encroachment into a drainage easement. And as we will see tonight, and with this drainage concern in one part of town, and when we address it in one part, we have drainage concerns all over town, and that's a big red flag to me that we're going to encroach into a drainage easement. Just let that sink in for a minute, and think of the issues we have in this town, and that's a red flag for me.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. Are there any other questions from council? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Christiane, thank you for your review. Were there any recommendations from the planning committee or commission that were not modified and addressed by this project? If so, what were they?
Not that I can recall. That first file that I had kind of went through, I really hit a lot of the things. Parking had been a big concern at both the planning commission as well as the planning committee level, and so they've made the modifications to address that. I can offer that staff's greatest concern was the interconnectivity with the adjacent parcel. And so they have committed that there would be an access easement allowing that parcel to connect and have an access easement across it. So that's two examples.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garch.
Thank you. I want to come back to dovetail what Mr. Haney's talking about with the shelter's encroachment into their drainage easement being Charleston County's drainage easement. If you could pull up the picture about on 6 Mile Road so that I'm clear and everybody else is clear. So this area is going to be on the other side of 6 Mile? Where this bus shelter's going?
The bus shelter would generally be kind of right in that area.
All right, but that would be across the street.
No. Well, across the street there's a bus stop at Echo, and the town is currently building a shelter there. So this is going to be a shelter on the opposite side of the road as well.
Okay. So this drainage easement, where does it run from? From point A to point B?
I need to get their engineers to come answer that question.
Okay. Well, to get to the fact that this is an impact assessment, okay? It's not about a zoning, folks. It's impact assessment. That means what are the impacts, and the staff works to mitigate the impact. So here we are with an impact going into a drainage easement. And we don't have an answer. We have an if.
I don't necessarily see it as an if. I think that we've got an opportunity, probably the best location is the one that would have that potential conflict with the drainage easement, which Charleston County would need to approve, but I don't think that there's not alternatives.
Yeah, I like exactly where you're going. You said opportunity alternatives. So if they're being asked to do a Carter bus shelter, and it's in a drainage easement, it seemed to me that some things can be done, an opportunity to make that where it's not a problem.
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't know, looking at it right now, I think it's an open swale or open ditch, probably.
Right through there, I need their engineer to answer that more.
Well, anyway, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but it's important because it's an opportunity here. If we've got, we're going to have sidewalk, I take it, on the Home Depot side, that's going to run from the entrance there all the way up to 17.
Right, there's an existing sidewalk.
There's an existing sidewalk there. I don't know the condition of it. It was there at the school. I went to school there about 100 years ago. Anyway,
There's no sidewalk on the other side, is there? I can't recall.
Not right
No. Did that come up at all on the planning commission or planning committee, about a sidewalk on the other side as well? Okay. All right, well, I'll come back to it. There's no engineers here from the county, as you say.
Mr. Birch, we have representatives here from Home Depot if you'd like to speak with them.
Well, I tell you what, when, if there's more questions, I think that they'll probably come up and address those all at one time, instead of just the one I have.
Thank you. We also actually have representatives here from CARTA, if you have questions for them. Mr. Owens, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Farrell, for your review. Could you point out exactly where the buffer is, and also where you're gonna have some sort of retaining wall,
Okay, well, there's the screen wall.
the screen wall?
Okay, well, the screen wall is, this, that was a recommendation of the planning commission. And so the screen wall is proposed right there. And the reason why right there is because that is loading area. And so the planning commission thought it would be appropriate to have a screen wall. And then if you go back to one of the first comments that we have on the conditions is that DRB, in my opinion, needs to have a lot of input, because we don't want it to look like a screen wall all the way down. I think that there's ways to, with the landscaping, to appropriately screen the loading area and make it look attractive. But that was directly from the planning commission there. And then your second question was about the
10-foot buffer, which extends further down towards 17.
yeah, that whole side of the street will be a 10-foot landscape buffer.
Do we have any idea about what kind of height we're looking at, or we're going to just leave that up to the DRB?
For the building?
No, for the screen wall.
I would be inclined to leave that up to DRB to make sure that it is appropriate through there. I would be concerned that if we made a condition of it being like almost too tall, what the effect of that would look, and I think that they have the expertise to kind of make it fit a little bit better with the 6 Mile community and then blend in with the building as well.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Bremer?
Christine, just go back to the bus shelter issue. Is it typical that we put covered shelters right across the street from each other in the same area?
I think, in my opinion, just based on my observations, I think it is appropriate right there. There are a lot of folks in that particular area because of some of the other businesses that are there who use CARTA and have that need. And I think they're two different stops. It's not the same stop. And so this would be able to accommodate no matter which stop which direction they were trying to go, which route they were trying to take, would accommodate the users no matter what.
What's the proposed distance between the two shelters?
They're almost across the street from one another.
One's to the outbound, one's to the inbound.
Mr. Bremer, I can certainly add to that as a CARTA board member. We would hope that all of our stops have covered shelters. Unfortunately, we have very few covered shelters. This is a heavily used area. We have a lot of clients in that area. And as Mr. Hamilton stated, they're going in different directions. So they would be waiting on one side of the street or the other. You're very welcome. Anyone else have any more comments or questions for Ms. Farrell or Mr. Morrison before we move into public comment? Well, thank you. I have 17 people signed up to speak, so we'll get right to that.
Can you hear me now? Mr. Davis, you are also signed up to speak under this item. Would you like to do that, sir? Okay.
Again, Brooks Davis, 1945 Oak Tree Lane. I pretty much said everything I had to say before, but one question that's probably not relevant because it's too late to do anything at this point. I have no problem with competition. I think it's good, and I'm happy with the Lowe's and the Home Depot. I'm just not happy with 3 of these places within a 4.5-mile radius of each other. So, I will state this in the form of a question. I realize it's not the proper form, but why couldn't the Lowe's that they're building right now near Blackbeard's Cove Why couldn't that have been a Home Depot instead?
Thank you, Mr. Davis, I appreciate your comments. And I was remiss, there's only 4 under this issue, the others are signed up under the next item.
Pearl Askew.
Welcome.
Good evening at the beautiful building. My name is Pearl Askew, 977 Gadsdenville Road, Allendale, 29429, and it's the 10-mile community. And I'm here to speak in support of the Home Depot project. As we all know that the project is expected to be built on the Old Lang High School site. Therefore, after the high school, it was a middle school. Most of us know that the Lang School celebrated 150 years last year, 1866 to 2016. And historically, the Lang School was an educational institution that educated a huge amount of students in the East Cooper area. That being said, Home Depot has worked with organizations and communities, especially our community. We have been in constant contact with the Home Depot realtor person as well as the project manager, and we have engaged with them, and they have agreed to help preserve some of our historical artifacts. And also, just to mention, in the information that was shared, it is the commemorative marker for the Lang High School. The Lang High School was, we all know that in 1970, that was closed, and then thereafter it was a middle school. Currently, Lang Middle School is on the Hamlin site, and we know that competition is good just for the community at large. Home Depot will serve us well in that community, and it's good to have Home Depot there because it would contain the traveling method. It's from moving from one place to the other. It's good to have people contained within a community to have the services that they need. And I just wanted to say that the Lang School Association and the communities at large, being 7 Mile, 6 Mile, and the 10-mile community, we wholeheartedly support the Home Depot project. And just for the correction for the record, as I said, it's the Lang High School commemorative marker, and we look forward to continue to work with Home Depot.
Thank you very much, Ms. Askew, for your comments.
Louis Jefferson.
Good evening, my name is Louis Jefferson. I reside at 1128 McKnight Road, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I just want to say it's not a matter in reference to Home Depot about how any of us feel. To me, it's a question of whether it's needed. And I think it's very much needed. We have grocery stores across from each other because they're needed. Gas stations across from each other because they're needed. And I may be the only one, but I was excited when I heard about the bicycle parking because I anticipate riding my bicycle to Home Depot and shopping there. We have, as Ms. Askew said, CAGE, 6 Mile, 7 Mile community. I'm the chairperson of CAGE. I'm a member of the Lang Association, and we've been working with Home Depot reps, and so far it's been good. The problems that we've had, we were able to work them out. They've been available to us to answer questions, very cooperative in meeting our requests, not our demands, but simply our requests. We do have a feel that Home Depot is coming in to be a part of our community and just not being in our community. I would like to say that Home Depot is coming to the 6 Mile community, not on 6 Mile Road. This is a community. This is where we lived, and this is where our culture resides, and we've made strong impression upon Home Depot that we want it to be reflective of our culture and our community. And they've been very cooperative in doing that with us. So I'm hopeful that you all will get beyond personal feelings and all of the emotions and see the fact that Home Depot is needed. Certainly it will allow for Lowe's to reduce some of their prices. And I'm very hopeful that at least 90–95% of Home Depot employees would either be from Mount Pleasant or Charleston County unincorporated area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Preston.
Mr. Wolf?
I didn't sign up to speak on the Home Depot.
Okay, sir. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the council? Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Mr. Canaan, would you like to speak on this item?
Briefly, yes, ma'am. Great presentation we heard about bus shelters, easements, water, bicycles from Mr. Gentleman just spoke. All excellent points. I'm here to speak about human life. We have a fire station there. I've sat through the planning commission twice, planning committee, and now it's here at council. I did raise it. There's something called, Mr. Morrison could help me, but it's a signal that the fire trucks can change before they get to the intersection. Preemption, signal preemption. It's not a very expensive prospect, but we do have a fire station just off the map, as you all know. The problem is that fire station, because of our low staffing, covers the entire part of Mount Pleasant north of there. Everybody that lives north of there gets service from that fire station. So I showed you before when I just ran it on Google Maps tonight after rush hour, 18, 19-minute response times are not unusual for good parts of the town. Why don't we start here and say, that's not really a good scenario, okay? Let's not point fingers, but let's say there's a way to maybe make their response a little quicker. They could change the signal on 6 Mile and 17. They could change the signal at 17 and Long Point and maybe shave a couple minutes off the response time. Simple. It's a perfect project to start with a constructive option that can reduce our response times. The firefighters need those firefighters to get there, and the civilians need the firefighters to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canaan. Does the council have any more questions for Ms. Farrell, Mr. Morrison, Mr. Birch?
Mr. Morrison, to follow that gentleman's comments, isn't that already in there for the signal?
It's hardwired at that location. And if you wanted to talk about town-wide preemption, that's a different story. But it's hardwired to hit a button and the light goes green.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. So, Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For council members, I know all of you had an opportunity to see this for the Economic Development Committee presentation that we had from Arnett and Mulderry. But just several comments have been made, and I think it's appropriate to make sure that everyone's aware of that. We had our retail market report done, and it talks about the leakage, monies being spent by our town residents outside of our municipality for services that they want. Mount Pleasant represents Mount Pleasant represents $1.7 billion in spending, and there currently, according to the research, is $339 million leaked. And out of the retail leaked, building material and supply dealers at almost $60 million is the third item on that list, as all of you may recall. Thank you.
I do recall, Mr. Smith, which is why I believe the economy has driven Home Depot to this meeting. So, thank you.
I want to come back to what I said earlier in the comments. Here we are, Mr. Pagliarini, I'm sitting next to you tonight. One of my favorite topics, an impact assessment. And most of you folks out there, I realize you're like, what are you getting at, Mr. Garge? Again, I mentioned this is not about a zoning. It's an impact assessment. It means it goes through everything with our planning staff and everything with our transportation, our fire, our police. They all go over it. And if there's an impact that needs to be addressed, they address it and they let the council know that it's been addressed. So the vote comes to us as council members. Vote this up or down. This is not about me trying to corner anybody that might vote against this, because frankly, Mr. Pagarini's gonna cringe, but he knows this, we're one of the last big cities that I know of that votes on impact assessments. This is an administrative function. And I'm not gonna carry on too much, but if you vote against this, again, that's not corner anybody. We're going right up against our staff who have worked hard to mitigate these impacts. And that's not healthy for anybody. So to the folks that were elected 2 years ago, you got another 2 years, find a way to do away with voting on impact assessments. It can be done, because a lot of other cities do it. So I just say that because in my last comment is Ms. Farrell, Mr. Morrison, all the chiefs, Jody, you guys have been through this process. It addresses all the impacts that you're aware of. And if it didn't, you'd raise your hand, correct? Not trying to put you on the spot. I gotta look to you guys and make a decision. So I've read everything, planning commission, planning committee, heard it all. Home Depot did a great job from the first meeting. They heard what they needed to do. They addressed it. They came back. So, thank you.
So what's the will of the council?
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion to move forward with the item submitted with recommendations of Planning Commission, Committee, and staff.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second for approval. Mr. Boosters?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can't vote for this. Number one, it's going to severely impact our small businesses, our hometown businesses that sell some of these products. The infrastructure, Highway 17, 6 Mile Road, Long Point Road is lacking, and it's going to draw a lot of people from other areas to come to Home Depot and even the Lowe's. But it's going to increase that. The intersection at Long Point and 17, 6 Mile and 17, I think it's going to be too much of a traffic generator. And while the infrastructure is lacking, the improvements that they are suggesting is too meager. This, as Paul said, is an impact that we're looking at, an impact assessment. And in my mind, the impact is too great at this time. I don't think now's the time for that. Once we have more infrastructure, it'll be fine, but at this particular moment in time, I think it'll have too much of a negative impact on our town.
Thank you, Mr. Bustos. Any other comments? Ms. Barrett, will you call for the vote? I have a motion and a second for approval of the project.
Mr. Brimmer? Mr. Brimmer votes yes. Mr. Bustos?
No.
Mr. Bustos votes no. Mr. Carrier? Yes. Mr. Carrier votes yes. Mr. Gart?
Aye.
Mr. Gart votes yes. Mr. Haney?
No.
Mr. Haney votes no. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Santos?
No.
Mr. Santos votes no. Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Smith votes yes. Mayor Page?
Aye. And the motion carries. Moving on to item number 2, under planning is first reading of an ordinance approving a stealth wireless facility. Ms. Farrell?
This is actually a request to amend the River Island Plantation Plan Development, which is more familiar to most of you all as and so this is a proposal to amend that plan development specifically to allow a cell tower not greater than 140 feet to be located in Rivertown Country Club. We have on the screen an aerial shot of the location. You can see the star in the middle of the general location of where the tower would be constructed. constructed. And this is, as far as amendments go, fairly straightforward. That is the proposal, to amend to allow a cell tower on this particular tract of land, nowhere else, so it doesn't affect any of the other properties within Rivertown at this location. It would be a permitted use, so no other conditions or anything that would go along with that. This was reviewed by the Planning Commission, who held a public hearing, and then also the Planning Committee, and both of them have unanimously recommended approval.
Thank you much, Ms. Farrell. We do have 13 people signed up to speak. Would you like to hear from the speakers, or do you have any comments as council or questions? Thank you very much. We'll call the speakers up.
Robert Newman.
Good evening, I'm Robert Newman, 1836 Delcourt Avenue, Mount Pleasant. I'm a mechanical engineer. The cell coverage in Rivertown is very, very poor and unreliable. This is a serious safety issue for emergency situations. We really need this cell tower. Home extenders help a little, but they don't work outside. They don't work if you're very far away from them, even in your own house, and they don't work for visitors at all. People concerned about radiation really don't understand that cell tower signals are very weak. They are so weak that if you're very far away from them, they don't work. And that's why so many cell towers are needed to cover an area. Compare this weak radiation to radio and television transmitters at 100,000 watts that you can receive the signal for hundreds of miles. That is a lot more radiation than a cell tower. There's thousands and thousands of cell towers around the country and around the world. If there were any dangers with cell towers, we would have known about it long ago. Thank you very much.
Comments, Mr. Newman?
Michael Baumrein.
Michael Baumrein, 1537 Red Drum Road, Mount Pleasant. I'm here to speak in favor of the cell tower. I work from home for a healthcare company, but not any one of the ones that you may have heard about in the past few years. My title, which I rarely use, is Vice President of IT. What that means to me is I need to be in constant contact with people I have, whether it's inside the United States or in the Far East. I use my cell phone constantly for my home. I don't have cell service outside of the home. I live back in Parker's Landing, and cell service there is very spotty. And at times when Comcast, which is my internet provider, goes down, which is about twice a year, I either have to go to Virginia to get to one of our offices so that I do get connectivity, or if cell service is provided, I can use my MiFi device to create the network I need. So for me, good cell service is essential in order for me to conduct my business. Thanks very much.
Thank you. You did a great job. Tell you what.
Thank you.
Joe Daly.
Good evening. Joe Daly, 2812 Parker's Landing Road, Rivertown. I'm on the board of Parker's Landing Board and also president of the Parker's Island Board. I'm here to speak very much in favor of the cell tower. As described by the two previous speakers, the service is pretty poor. I say we have a first-class town, first-class government, first-class communities around, and we have third-class wireless services in Rivertown, quite frankly. We talk about the need, there's certainly a need, but we also have the community to be concerned about. The community really wants this. We went out and did a survey, and the survey said that 79% of the people who responded to the survey, which was about 50% of the surveys that went out, that really need this and they want it. So this is sort of overwhelming in favor of it. The need is there because of not only servicing home, we've heard public safety. If I have drop zones, if I have garbled speech, if I have dead places where I can't get anything, and I try to call 911, I'm in trouble. And 82% of the calls in Charleston on 911 inbound come from cell phones. And maybe the last thing is maybe the location. Somebody says, where are you gonna have it? Well, the location is in a maintenance area for the golf course. There's a cart barn, there's a mechanical shed, and mechanical building where they do repairs on lawnmowers, etc. And this, the building I'm gonna put in there is probably the best looking building on that section of land. It's 29 acres, so it's not a small piece, and we're not trying to shoehorn anything in. It's got almost double the required distance of a setback from where the cell tower will be to the nearest residential property line. So I think these are all very positive things. Most importantly, the community really needs it. And I really hope that the board takes it under consideration. I thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Daly.
Frank Lucasi?
My name is Frank Lukowski. I live at 1556 Rivertown Country Club Drive in Parker's Landing. A little story I'll tell you about what happened to me. On February 25th, 2016 at 9 a.m. in the morning, I had a heart attack on the 4th fairway adjacent to Great Hope. Luckily, a number of things were in my favor. I was golfing with a doctor. He immediately made a phone call to EMS. 2 minutes, they were there. I was transported to MUSC, a stent put in my right coronary, in recovery by 11 o'clock, out of the hospital the next morning. All of this because of one thing. A phone call went through, my doctor's phone call went through. Had that happened in my house, I have to be on my porch to have a heart attack to get a signal, and that depends on where I fall. Now, I'm sure everybody here has a cell phone, and I'm sure you all had drop calls. Can you imagine getting a drop call in a situation like me? I probably wouldn't be here. And for that reason, I hope you approve the cell phone tower in the proposed location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lukowski.
Barry Wolf? Susan Grady?
Susan Grady, 2725 Parker's Landing Road in Rivertown. I am the president of the Parker's Landing Property Owners Association, and just wanted to reiterate that of the over 50% that returned the survey cards from our community, over 87% are in support of the cell phone tower. For all the obvious reasons, we are kind of tucked away, Rivertown is, and we need adequate coverage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grady.
Jeff Popper?
My name is Jeff Popper. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I'm the president of The Point in North Creek, which was one of the subsections within Parker's Island. I'm also the representative on Parker's Island Board and on the Wando Masters that dictates the rules and regulations for the 3 neighborhoods around Parker's Island that will be affected by the cell tower. I'm also a 12-year veteran real estate agent. I'm in favor of the tower. My subsections voting turned back when it came back. They're in favor of it by 85% in my subsection. I don't get cell phone reception in my house except for in 2 spots. Most of my neighbors don't get it as well. I do want to point out that we have an increasing younger demographic moving into our neighborhood. This demographic in particular relies on reliable cell phone coverage in the neighborhood. They're not used to landlines, so the future of our neighborhood going forward is reliant on our sales and our coverage in the neighborhood. I'm very much in favor of it and hope you will vote for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Popper.
Robert Hill?
Good evening, my name is Robert Hill. I live at 1300 Royal Links Drive, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. It's the Charleston National Community. I work for T-Mobile. Obviously, I'm in favor of this. We have a challenge in this area. A lot of our customers have let us know on multiple occasions we have a challenge in this area. I won't speak too much. You've heard a lot about the challenge. We originally were issued a search ring. That's what we get to go look for a site. We were not smart enough to see this location. It's so well hidden we completely missed it. Originally, this is back in 2010. We looked out along 41 at various options which either weren't leasable or had historic issues or not zonable. So we ended up killing the ring. It's been 4 or 5 years ago, we got wind that Mr. Kyle had found this location. It's very similar to what we did at 6 locations down on Kiowa Island to cover that island. We're at all the maintenance facilities, so it's centrally located. It's going to give the residents very good coverage. And I just think that this location is not just a good location, it's the only location, because there's really nothing else in the community or no other areas that will cover and be so well hidden. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Will Freeland?
My name is Will Freeland. I reside at 1844 Hubble Drive. I'm a CPA here in town in Mount Pleasant, actually with Moody O'Neill CPAs, and we acted as the independent third party to validate and count responses from the community survey regarding this proposed facility. On May 5th of 2016, survey packages were sent out to 708 individual households in the community of Rivertown Country Club. The survey package consisted of self-addressed stamped postcard survey, instruction letters, and conceptual rendering of what the proposed facility will look like. The survey required that responses be postmarked by May 21st in order to be valid. 3 days after that, on May 24th, we received 360 of these survey cards. They were reviewed and tabulated into those in opposition, those in favor, or if no opinion was stated. Survey cards continued to come in after that point, after the deadline, and those that were clearly postmarked after were not counted towards the total. We received a few that were undeliverable, and those were taken out of the total counting to keep the accurate percentages. And in total, 354 valid responses were received, marking a healthy 50.5% response rate to the survey. In total received in favor of those was 281, marking a total of 79.4%, and the total in opposition was 73, marking a 20.6 opposition percent. Thank you.
Thank you for those findings, Mr. Freeland.
Michael Robinson?
Good evening. I'm Michael Robinson, 304 Meeting Street, Charleston. I'm a professional real estate appraiser, state certified, holding MAI designation. I was asked to render opinion on what impact, if any, cell towers have on home values. In order to do this, I did a comparative sales analysis. In Dunes West, a tower was built in January of 2002. And in Charleston National Tower was built in March of 2001. I did an analysis of sales and resales of the same properties in those neighborhoods prior to the tower being built. And I did an analysis after the tower was built. In order to compare the effects of, or lack of effects of the towers upon those neighborhoods, I also did a comparative analysis of sales and resales during the same time period in Rivertown. That was prior to any of this discussion going on. And I did the same thing in Brickyard. As a result of those comparative sales and resales analysis, it's my opinion that a tower has no impact on real estate value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that information, Mr. Robinson.
Stacy Monroe?
I'm Stacy Monroe, 715 Trenton Circle, Concord. I am a site representative for Verizon Wireless. We are looking at Rivertown. It's produced a lot of challenges for us. And what the tower would do is provide some seamless coverage for voice, data, internet. We have a big hole in that area. We have been working with Optima Towers and obviously T-Mobile. So we would be the second carrier to provide more detailed service. In the past, we've worked with Alltel to cover Mount Pleasant, and that's increased the capacity. But there is a very big hole in this area. And so our ARC engineers have designed this area to cover the hole over to the park and to include Rivertown. For us, it will connect to our site that's to the northeast park west in our particular design. So we are all for it, obviously. I've been doing it for many years. I too work from my home, and everyone needs to have access to mobile. I think 82% of people now use mobile, so it's very, very important for us to provide this coverage to the community. And we'll be in compliance with all the other requirements of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe.
Keith Powell.
Good evening, Council Mayor. My name is Keith Powell, I'm with Optimum Towers. Live at 1009 Mathis Ferry Road here in Mount Pleasant. Available for any questions. I think we've got some input from everybody here. This has been a very long journey to get here, over 8 years to develop this particular site. Many challenges, many neighborhood groups. We try to put our best foot forward with the design of this location, the design of this building, the design of this facility. So I cordially ask for your approval on this. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. We'll make sure you're available if anyone has any questions.
Jonathan Yates.
Thank you very much, members, mayor, and council. Wow, this is magnificent. I, like others, started in other meeting halls. This is a killer. Congratulations. Here tonight on a project that I've been working with Keith Powell on for many years. Along the way, we met some great friends. Joe Daly, Jeff Popper. It's been a long process. It's been a very long process to get here tonight. But what I can tell you tonight, so far everyone in the room has agreed with me. That never happens. There are going to be some other folks who will disagree. What I want you to look at tonight, you've heard what it can do. You've heard about wireless infrastructure. You've heard about the aids to health and safety. But what I want to focus on, I do cell towers all over the southeast. Very rarely, if not ever, do I get to work with this kind of property. Just take a look at it. You have 30 acres almost. You're completely surrounded by trees. You have this incredible jurisdictional buffer between the facility and the nearest houses. Town of Mount Pleasant ordinance requires a setback of height of tower to a residential. We're over 3 times that. And then the tower. Throughout Charleston County, there are neighborhoods that have towers. I know it because I put them there. Very few of them have this kind of facility. It's a stealth facility. What's it like? It's like the facilities I've done on the peninsula of Charleston and in historic Savannah. At all times, Keith's mantra and his mandate was to do it so it fits the context of Rivertown. We go overboard on everything. We find a property with great trees, we do a stealth pole. You designed a low country looking building on the base that probably only the golf course workers will see. Is this something completely untypical for Mount Pleasant? No. There's a similar facility over in Dunes West. And Mr. Robinson, our MEI, reviewed that. We saw no diminution in property value. Tonight is a chance. I'm not going to be able to keep everybody in the room happy. But a year from now, if that facility is there, if you grant us this facility, I feel everyone will be happy.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. That's your 2 minutes.
Sometimes it takes me 2 minutes to say my name.
Appreciate that. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone on council have any questions for either Mr. Powell or Ms. Farrell regarding this issue? Council?
Yes, ma'am, just one.
Thank you, Mr.
Just
Judge.
for the benefit of everyone, exactly what will this tower look like?
I don't have an image of it, but it's a single monopole. It won't have,
Like the one in Dunes West?
right.
The one in Park West looks just like a tree. No one knows it's there.
This one doesn't look like a tree, and they have a rendering if you'd like to see. It actually is a building with a monopole out of the top of it, with separate doors, I believe. I have seen the image. Smith?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move forward to amend the River Island Plantation Plan Development District Ordinance by allowing the erection, operation, and maintenance of a stealth wireless facility, including a tower not to exceed 150 feet above the ground.
I have a motion and a second to approve. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Bremer?
Mr. Smith, did I hear you correctly? Did you say 150 feet?
No, sir, you heard me incorrectly. 140.
Good, thank you.
Thank you for asking.
We have clarification on the motion, clarification on the second. Any other questions or comments from the council? Would you call for the vote?
Mr. Bremer. Mr. Bremer votes yes. Mr. Bustos.
Aye.
Mr. Bustos votes yes. Mr. Carrier.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Carrier votes yes. Just one. Mr. Gorge.
Aye.
Mr. Gorge votes yes. Mr. Haney.
Aye.
Mr. Haney votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Santos.
Aye.
Mr. Santos votes yes. Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Mr. Smith votes yes. Mayor Page.
Very momentous occasion. I vote yes, which makes it a unanimous decision. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Number 17039, an ordinance to amend the River Island Plantation Plan Development District Ordinance by allowing the erection, operation, and maintenance of a stealth wireless facility, including a tower not to exceed 140 feet above ground level, and related ground equipment as an allowed use on that 29.46 acre parcel designated as TMS number 54000000066.
Item number 3 is a first reading of an ordinance that is pertaining to the tree removal, so it allows for no mitigation of trees that are impacted by severe pruning. Ms. Farrell?
Yes, this came actually out of planning committee originally. We took it back to planning commission for a public hearing. This is specific to trees that have been impacted by pruning because of aerial utility lines. They have to be located on private property. In cases where the tree has been severely damaged, then that property owner would have the ability to remove the tree and no mitigation would be required.
Well, I think it's fantastic.
Move for approval.
I have a motion and a second for approval. Any comments or questions?
Mayor, I have a question. I talked to Christiane earlier about this. The homeowner is the one that's going to make the decision as to whether or not the tree is in a shape to be cut down or not. Correct? We talked about that earlier.
Yeah, they're the ones who could initiate the request to remove the tree.
Right, and I just thought that maybe we ought to have some type of oversight, you know, our guy that looks at the trees, to be able to look at it and make sure that it is injured or affected enough to be cut down. You know, if I had a tree in my yard I didn't want and they cut it and I just said, hey, I don't like this, I want to take it down, and I take it down without any oversight from the town. I just want to try and protect them as much as we can. I mean, certainly I want to give the homeowners the right to be able to take the tree down, but I just feel like, you know, somebody like Eddie Bernard or someone ought to be able to look at the tree and make sure that it's in such a shape that it should come down. And we're talking about our protected trees.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. For clarification, before we move forward with an answer, can I find out who the second was?
I don't know.
Mr. Bremer, thank you. Clerk didn't get it. We're still learning the other. Do you have an answer for that, Ms. Farrell?
We would still confirm, and then there are standards that an arborist would use to determine when excessive pruning has occurred, and it is a percentage of the canopy has been affected. So we would still have to go in the field to confirm that.
Good, okay. That's all I wanted. Thanks.
Okay. I have a motion and a second for approval. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it.
First reading ordinance number 17040, an ordinance to amend zoning code section 156.224C3C, chapter 156 of the Mount Pleasant Code of Ordinances pertaining to tree removal and mitigation for trees impacted by excessive pruning associated with maintenance of aerial power lines.
Thank you very much. Moving on to old business. Item number 1, final reading, is an annexation of 5 acres of land, Mr. Earl.
Move for approval.
I have a motion and a second for approval. Any other comments or questions from the council? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it.
Final reading ordinance number 17033, an ordinance providing for the annexation of approximately 18.64 acre tract of land comprised of 5 parcels located off Rifle Range Road and Venning Road, identified by TMS numbers 560-000-0006, 560-000-0008, 560-000-0014, 560-000-0016, and 560-000-0017, and depicted on the plat recorded by the Charleston County RMC Office in Book S, page 21, Book L12, page 242, and Book L17, page 149.
Thank you. Item number 2 is the zoning to change to public institutional 2 on that same piece of property.
Move for approval.
I have a motion and a second for approval. Any comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the ayes have it.
Final reading ordinance number 17034, an ordinance to zone PI2, Public Institutional 2 District, an approximately 18.64 acre tract of land comprised of 5 parcels located off Rifle Range Road and Venning Road, identified by TMS numbers 560-0000006, 560-0000008, 560-0000014, 560-0000016, and 560-0000017, and depicted on the plat recorded by the Charleston County RMC Office in Book S, page 21, Book L12, page 242, Book L17, and page 149.
A lot of zeros. Item number 3 is the final reading on another piece of property
For
that,
approval.
for public institutional zoning. I have a motion and a second. Any other questions? Did you get the second,
Oh,
Mr.
yes,
Birch?
yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the ayes have it.
Final reading ordinance number 17035, an ordinance to rezone from R1 Low Density Residential District and PD Planned Development District to PI2 Public Institutional 2 District, an approximately 1.86 acre tract of land comprised of 2 parcels in their entirety and a portion of a 3rd parcel located off Rifle Range Road and Old Landing Road, identified by TMS numbers 560-0000044, 560-0000063, and a portion of 560-000-00012, and depicted on the plat recorded by the Charleston County RMC Office in Plat Book L17, page 94, Book L12, page 242, and Book P, page 22.
Thank you very much. We are moving on to committee reports. We had amended the agenda earlier to move item number K2 to the beginning. And K2 is a approval to task staff with issuing an RFQ for the design of drainage improvements in the Edwards Parks and Laurel Avenue Basin. Mr. Field?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Before we start tonight, I would like to recognize that Mr. Kirkowski and Ms. Aton from Thomas & Hutton Engineering Firm is here with us tonight to answer questions. They're responsible for developing the study of the Old Village Training System. But I'd also like to cover a little bit before we get in our presentation tonight of how did we get to where we are today. First of all, on September the 1st, the Public Service Committee, Thomas & Hutton, shared information as to where they were with the drainage study. On January 30th, we provided a draft copy of the study to all council members. That was June the 30th. On July the 25th, special council meeting was held and Thomas Hutton provided the completed presentation on the completed report. That meeting also generated a lot of questions in reference to moratorium, funding, and also the projects that were listed in the basins. So on July the 31st, we had a Public Service Committee. And at that time, we reviewed what we're going to see tonight is the continued discussion regarding the findings of the Old Village Training System study. Christiane will handle, Ms. Farrell will handle the first part, Ms. Kotov will handle the second, and I will finish it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrow. Before we move any further, Mr. Haney, can you tell me what the recommendation was coming out of committee?
As stated in the motion, listed there as K1. Well, we flipped them around. The first recommendation unanimously from the committee was to seek approval to ask staff about issuing an RFQ for the design of the drainage improvements in the Edwards Park and Laurel Avenue basins. These were listed as the 2 most critical at this time. And the second was to approve an implementation of 90 days of basically the same moratorium that we have at this point on the construction of ADUs and subdivision of lots in the Old Village Drainage Study area, and that is also listed. Somebody who's flipping through, help me here, where is the, says new business item 11A2 as well.
Ms. Farrell?
Yes. This is, Mr. Peel already stated, this is the same presentation that was provided to the Public Service Committee, so I'll go first through the portions that were more relevant to planning. However, first, this map does illustrate the boundaries of the entire study area. You see all of it outlined in blue with the individual basins that have been named, or identified rather. The purpose of including this map is when, during the initial presentation, committee had some questions about where permits were being issued and what types of permits were being issued. So this slide was taken straight from the report that was put together by Thomas and Hutton, and does distinguish the different types of permits having been issued. Corresponding to this is a chart which shows the types of permits issued for new construction is shown at the top in red. Additions are shown in more of the orange color, and so you do see that that is what the majority of the permits issued over those past number of years has been. And then finally you see also accessory dwelling units, accessory structures, and then swimming pools are all shown. And this was in response to some questions about that committee had about the types of permits that were being issued. During discussion in that special meeting with the Public Services Committee, some questions came up about the current moratorium. This is in effect right now. This is in effect for 60 days. It will end in September, the second week in September. This applies to the pilot study areas only, which are identified on that first map that I showed you as the Rural Avenue and Edwards Park basins. What does it apply to? It is to, we have a moratorium on issuing any building permits that would result in an increase in impervious surface. So this would include new construction, home additions, pools, decks, and so on. So that's why that the previous chart was important to show. It did not apply, does not apply to anybody who wants to go make interior changes, wanted to change their roof, and so on. That's currently in effect. Well, hit the map again to help everybody realize where those pilot study areas are here, and Edwards Park is here, are the two pilot study areas. Lot coverage came up as a question, and so this is information that is contained within our zoning code. There was no action out of planning committee. This was really more for information so that you have a better understanding of what the coverage requirements are in that particular area. Most properties are zoned R1 and R2, and so we do have coverage requirements. And there's the definitions that have been provided so you can understand what that means. But then more specifically, and within the historic district, there is an impervious surface requirement of 40%. So it's more than just pertaining to the building coverage, it's actually impervious surface as well. And there were no actions as it related to that, but there were, as Mr. Haney has always already pointed out when he read the motions regarding the moratorium, and we can come back to that and answer questions more specifically. I'm going to turn this over now to Marcy, who is going to talk about funding options.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Farrell on this before we move on to funding? Thank you.
Good afternoon, or evening now. A question came up about possible funding for this project. And so what I looked at is stormwater fees, our stormwater funds that come to us through our fund balance policy, impact fees, and millage. What I didn't really look into was a MID, because a MID requires owner-occupied dwellings to have written permission for us to charge. And I didn't get into an additional SRF, State Revolving Fund, or a FEMA pre-disaster mitigation grant. They are out there, but they take a lot of time and resources to even put the application together before we would even know if we would receive funding. If this project goes forward, at some point we could look at those. Stormwater fees are authorized by Chapter 52 of our code, and it does include that not always the service will be directly seen by each person, each homeowner, but it does help the system as a whole. And that debt service and financial cost could be a component in how you calculate the amount of the fee. Currently, for fiscal year 2018, at the $60 rate, we anticipate about $2.7 million. In that 2.7, 600,000 is projected to be used for the SNE Farm, SRF. And to do that, we will be bringing forward a master bond ordinance. What that document will allow us to do is to borrow against stormwater fees more than once. Otherwise, if we don't have that in place, once we have those fees going towards an SRF, we can no longer obligate them for anything else. So that document will allow, if that's the intent or in future use, for us to use those funds again. The stormwater funds and the fund balance policy, there's a calculation that's done based on our audited June 30th year-end financials. And based on that calculation, a portion above and beyond obligated or dedicated or assigned funds are used then to be half towards transportation, half towards stormwater. We estimate it each year, and then each year we come back to it mid-year with a true-up once we have our audited financials. This one is economically sensitive. Any change in the economy could and will or would directly impact our fund balance. So it's not always a given stream, but I did give you an estimate that we bring in typically about 2.3 over a 4-year average. Municipal facilities and impact fees, this is the new one, the new ordinance, and what this does allow us to do is to charge stormwater fees underneath our general facilities and maintenance impact fees. I do caution in this case what happens is it is not to fix necessarily existing problems, but problems that growth generates. So while we probably can show some of that based on the study, I don't believe that we could use all of the money towards that, but we'd have to look at that. It is very volatile. It is development driven. The other option always is millage. One millage generates about $800,000. It can be used for general obligation funds. Our 8% capacity before we have to go to referendum is about $34 million. So looking at borrowing, I just picked a $30 million amount. I looked at different interest rates, the different borrowing lengths of time, and you could see what our annual repayment would be on that if that was a choice.
Questions for Ms. Gotthoff? Mr. Bustos?
Ms. Marcy, what type of transportation projects are paid for with?
Thanks. What type of transportation projects are paid for with stormwater fees? You said, the slide said 50, it was split between transportation and...
That is our fund balance policy, the infrastructure money there. So what goes back to our fund balance that's above and beyond the calculation is split. So half of that money, and it's general fund money, goes towards transportation, and half goes to stormwater projects.
But no transportation projects are paid for with stormwater.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Mr. Bustos?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Carrier?
Marcy, the revolving fund for SNE Farm.
Yes, sir.
$600,000 a year, I think it is.
Yes,
How
sir.
much is left of that to pay?
We just submitted the application. We should be getting approval. We'll be coming back to you for the loan. We anticipate about $9.6 million would be the loan, and we are just starting to pay for it. So fiscal year 2018 will be our first payment.
So $600,000 for
15.
For 15 years.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Gotthoff, can you refresh my memory? The cost of the RFQ is approximately how much?
When I looked at the documents that were submitted in the study, it seemed like it was about $800,000 to $1 million.
Okay, so $800,000 to $1 million, and that's for the RFQ to design something for the two basins.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the projected potential cost of the repairs that would be identified by the engineering report?
I believe that was about $8 to $9 million.
Okay, so just going back to your math then, so stormwater fees that are bondable and could be paid, how much would we need to cover potentially $10 million, just in round money?
So we currently have 2.7 million, of which 1.1 is used for stormwater staff, and the 600,000 for the SRF. It leaves about $1 million. Now, we do have to watch our ratios if we do borrow against it, but saying that, if we did 10 million at 3% for 20 years, it'd be about 1.1 repayment. So I would say you'd have to increase the fees, but you could do it less than 20, maybe to $40, somewhere in there, and have sufficient dollars. $40 increase in your stormwater fee as it currently exists would generate about $1.7 million.
So if we increase the rate by $40, then you could potentially bond it to cover the repairs as they would be identified. I have one more question for the consultant before I open it up. I know there's some other questions here. I noted in the reports and the minutes of the meetings that the anticipated time frame was 18 to 24 months for design. Is that correct?
Design, permitting, and bid.
Okay, so if we had approval this evening to request an RFQ, Ms. Kotov, you would first find the funding for the RFQ.
We can go out with an RFQ, but we cannot award it without a funding source in place.
Okay, so before we move forward, we have some decisions to make tonight before we move forward, is I guess what I'm actually trying to get to.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Thank you, Marcy. Great job. Our budget that we have this year, we have the new capital improvement and maintenance binders that were recently presented to us. Could you talk to me a little bit about those? Is that about the total capital improvement budget list and maintenance? Do you recall that being about $500 million? Does that sound about right to you?
Yes,
I know you
sir.
don't have that in front of you, but just want to make sure I'm reading the report correctly.
Yes, sir.
$500 million of capital improvement and maintenance items that are already on our identified on the list.
Yes, sir.
And it shows that we are currently budgeting to spend about $50 million in this calendar year toward that.
Yes, sir.
So about 10% of that is being identified in this calendar year budget.
Yes, sir.
In your expert opinion, what percentage of our budget is going to be spent towards infrastructure maintenance and repairs, and how does that relate to other municipalities' percentage being spent according to municipal association standards, knowing that there's no rule of thumb?
This year, we had a couple big themes, if you will, public safety, and one of them was our capital infrastructure. I believe about 40% of our budget in total is going towards capital. When you look at the whole piece of it, it is rare but not unusual for localities to look towards their existing infrastructure and wanting to build it up. I believe that we're making great strides.
So 40% of our budget is
Going towards capital and capital maintenance.
and that is a normal percentage, you said?
I think it's a little high, yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that we're making great strides to recognize, identify, and address the issue currently.
Yes, sir.
And out of the over 30 projects that are identified on this list, perhaps, Eric, this is a question for someone else, it's not a financial question. How does a project get on our CIP and on this list? There's about 31 identified, and how are they, or are they prioritized?
Yes, sir. Through a couple different ways, capital improvement projects are presented to us. Either it comes up by the department or it's presented to us from the public. And we collect it all and bring it together And then as you see in your CIP document, there's a matrix that we use to score each one. And that matrix is presented to you at your January retreat. And at that point in time, council begins deliberation over those projects. And usually it comes out similar to that, or you may find there are other, you rather prioritize one project over another. And so council deliberates, comes up with the final tally, and that is how the project list is set.
So indeed, these 31 projects are prioritized and have been reprioritized since they've been identified and put on the list.
That's correct, sir.
And we're spending $50 million of the $500 million identified list, 10%, which is 40% of our current budget.
40%, yes, sir.
What happens to the projects that this council in our retreat vetted, prioritized, and agreed upon if we reallocate some of those funds, like I heard the words cobbling together, $800 to $1 million to fund the design? And I just would want to qualify that to say that I, by no stretch of the imagination, don't recognize, appreciate, and agree the long-standing problem since the inception of our town. I believe the problem has been existing since there were no stormwater systems placed in there other than swells. So what happens to those projects, sir?
Yes, sir. What we'll do is we'll look at a couple different things. One will be the projects, and we'll look at the projects that are towards the bottom of council's approved list to see what money may be available that we can move towards this priority if it was council's will. The other thing we would look at is what money is going to be returning to the general fund at the close of June 30, the last fiscal year. Fortunately, we've been successful every year returning funds from our budget, and you and council have divided those funds into capital projects, half the stormwater
By ordinance.
by ordinance. And so we'll look at that to see what's coming in to supplement and get the amount of money we need to support this project if it's council's desire.
And will it be clear what projects don't get funded and get booted off the list this calendar year?
Well, when we present to you the funding plan, we will be happy to show you where we got the money from.
Along those same lines, Mark, thank you for those questions. I have a question for you, Jody, or perhaps it's for you, Eric. How do we prioritize our drainage projects?
So this year, for the ones that we're doing right now, for the 1.2, 1.4 million that we have budgeted for this year, we're addressing failing infrastructure to the town. That could be something that we have identified that has been a failure that we have fixed, and we notice that the issue is bigger than what we can handle at that time, and we address it at a later date. We have numerous subdivisions that we're addressing right now for that 1.2, 1.4 million. It's all throughout the town. These are projects, these are issues that we have noted, and this is the way that we're addressing them at this time.
Thank you. Can I ask you one question? Yes, okay, sorry, excuse me.
Prior years, we used to go into subdivisions such as Walkendall, and we would address the entire infrastructure of Walkendall, or Point Pleasant, or Hickory Shadows, or Rosemead, or Whipple Road subdivisions. We would go in there and address the entire. Since the infrastructure of metal pipe that we have throughout the town is falling apart, we have to go now spread out to the entire town to address the issues.
Well, I like where you're going with that because we have, I think, a lot of people in the area that are more affected than others. So the second part of my question is, you and I have had lots of conversation in the last 8 years on infrastructure and ditches. So we prioritize the infrastructure, but have we really given much review to the state's failing infrastructure?
What we're addressing right now, for example, the Sneak Farm. Sneak Farm is our infrastructure. That is why we're going to the 9.9 million to address our infrastructure in our roads and our right of way. I can't answer the one about state. Only thing I can say is we have addressed drainage problems in the old village that are on state infrastructure. That is when the program started in 1995, we had a list that was developed. And that list addressed specific drainage problems in Sneak Farm and the old village. And we solved a lot of serious drainage problems at that time.
Do you have any idea of cost associated with those? I don't want to put you totally on the spot, but we're talking $5 million, $20 million, $2 million.
Ma'am, Mayor, I can't give you a dollar figure. Can't do it.
Thank you. I'm not going to put you on the spot with that. Thank you, Mr. Carey.
Jody, can you drill down on the two priority basins? Can you know these two basins, but like the back of your hand. Can you drill down to the real critical areas that need repair? Other than talking about the entire basins, can you pinpoint and isolate those areas that are really critical?
From the study and the prioritization that we've done with Thomas and Hutton, we believe we've narrowed it down to the two most problematic drainage basins, Edwards Park, Roll Avenue.
Those are big areas.
Those are big areas. But you've got to realize one critical one in Edwards Park is we've already done a lot of drainage work in Edwards Park directing the water to the pump station. We know the pump station, it will not capacity. It will not handle the water that's there now. If we add additional water to the Edwards Park pump station, we're going to create an even more problem. So we know we're going to have to address that. The other one is Roll Avenue. Roll Avenue, there are areas that we need to address. There are some flooding issues in Roll Avenue. Basin, I'm talking Atlantic Street. We have an issue on Atlantic Street. There is a flooding problem on Atlantic Street. It's a low area in the road. It collects water. We have the same thing at Freeman. Low area, it collects water. So we have some problems in the old village that need to be addressed, that flood on a regular basis. These two basins that we're talking about have a level of service. And that level of service is less than a 1 on one of them. I believe, if I'm not wrong, is Edwards Park of 1 to 2. Can we pull up a slide, Marcy, please? Maps.
I'm trying to find out, Jody, do we have to address the whole basin? I mean, are we talking about specific areas within the basin? Or when we throw a basin up there, that's a big area. But are we talking about smaller areas that we can concentrate on to make corrections that are really vital?
Well, in order to make this work, we have to start at the outfall and work inward. So we've got to start somewhere so the water has a way to go out. So we've got to start at point A and work backwards. And that's going to get to where, how far you can get into the system. If you look at Roll Avenue, I think the outfall, correct me if I'm wrong, the outfall of Roll Avenue is down on the Williamson Street. So you're going to have to address from Williamson Street all the way back, and I want to say Roll Avenue includes up towards First Baptist Church, and it goes up towards Atlantic Street. So in order to even address something on Atlantic Street, you're going to have to start at the outfall and work inward.
How much does the Mount Pleasant Waterworks project down in the business area on Pitt affect any of this? Is that helpful, hurtful? You can connect with it? What's the
No,
deal?
we're not. You're talking about the lift station or the pump station?
What they're putting in on Pitt Street in the business district? How does it coordinate? Does it coordinate at all?
No.
Okay.
And do we have any idea what the Colin Boulevard project, what's the drainage area for Colin Boulevard, and what could we anticipate for acreage coverage that might see flood reduction?
I'm gonna have to ask Brad or Rick on that one.
I don't recall the exact acreage, but I believe it was 8-acre reduction that came out of the basin that was flowing off into the neighborhood businesses. It was captured within the new system.
Thank you. Mr. Haney, you have a comment?
Real quickly, without changing the course, Jody, you asked the question. The level of service for Edwards Park on this research, and Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, is a 1.1. And the level of service for the Royal Avenue Basin is a 0.45 level of service. So that's off the.
And the level of service is going back to a storm. That's the storm we can handle. We design our systems in newer subdivisions to a 10.
Right.
But of course, with starting with no infrastructure, and as we design an RQ, we would have to consider many things. Would we drop that level of service maybe to a 5-year storm event? Would we consider sea level rise? I mean, all of that would come through the RFQ process, correct?
We would look for direction from council of how they would want us to design the system. If you design it to a 10, you're going to a maximum dollar figure, and we know that it's going to handle up to a 10-year storm. You can reduce it to a 5, and you could cut the price.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birch.
I appreciate it. Matter of fact, that was right where I was going, Jody. You were the engineer when, as council members try to come to understand these basins and the size of them, and you say we want to address the worst two basins because we have to start somewhere, and at the same time we only have so much money. So in an effort to maximize what we're doing, when we say we want to address those basins, what does that mean? Address those basins. So I heard you just now say, Jody, you can do half of it, you can go all the way. It depends on how much money you authorize. Is that the correct answer?
Yes.
So where I'm going with all this, if you don't do all you can to those first two basins when you're starting somewhere, and you only do because you only have so much money, are you able to come back to them, or what is it's like when you're dealing with a river and you decide to take a curve out of it, what have you done downstream? So if you don't address these all the way, these basins, what am I doing with all the other basins? Are they not connected? They're not.
There's
So-
27 interdependent outfalls in the 7 areas, so that's what 27 basins. We propose new outfalls or interconnect the system is really not a viable way to address it. Kind of continue on with outfalls that have existed for the entire time.
So there's not a concern, even if we can't come up with all the money that's needed for a Cadillac, to address these two, we can address them to a degree to where they would function much better than they're functioning now, even if it's not all the way. And it's not a concern if we do that.
Of course, we can do everything in phase.
Can you please talk in that microphone so we can hear you? Yes.
But up there,
Thank you.
Of course, you could phase the improvements over many years, and we could, the consultant who may do the designs could help come up with a phasing plan that would lay out a more, viable funding solution that would stretch that improvement over the many years that you need to get to the point that you wanted to get to.
got you.
But of course, by hitting the first, bottlenecks in certain areas, you can do certain projects first.
Got you, because I've been looking at this for the past couple of days, and I get the good folks out there, especially that live in the flood zone, you want something done now. I get it. I understand that. But at the same time, you have to understand, wait a minute, I'm talking, thank you. You have to understand that we have to look at,
The whole picture to make sure it's on.
just cut it off, all right, back on. You have to understand cause and effect. So just want to make sure we're not just doing something so we feel good about it. We're doing something and we're doing the right thing. It's quite involved. So that's just for me because I wanted to wrap my arms around it. I'm with Jody. I came on in 1995 and I was chair of public services. I remember us walking out to Edwards Park and we did a lot of good things. It improved it significantly, but like you say, Jody, it's not the capacity and it can't handle the flow. Anyway, I didn't want to ramble. I just wanted to, you pick two. I understand they're the worst two. I just want to look at it as how they tied in the cause and effect as a whole. Because the last part, and this is not for you, this is for us. I understand the RFQ process for us as a council, and I understand it coming here tonight, the motion from from public services. And that would go out on the street, come right back, and we would award it Mr. Demore, at that time it's awarded, is there a, I heard the number, 800,000. Is that something, when you select someone, is it you come in and negotiate a fee and then they begin a structure and you set a time frame? So it's, would you then, while you're doing that, would you then come to council and say, all right, this is where we are now because of your vote, if it's successful, I need council to authorize where we're getting this money from? Or would you expect in this motion tonight that you were being told to find that money?
Well, both, sir. Because it's a professional service, we are bound by state law to select the most qualified firm. And then after that, we would begin negotiating price. The number we're throwing around of 800,000 is because we figure it's probably going to come in 10% or less would be the design fee, typically for a job like this. And so, but we couldn't award it. We'd bring it next month to bids and purchases and for approval. And we would also bring a funding plan. That would have to be approved by Finance Committee and then on to Council next month. But we would move forward with all that if Council gave their blessing tonight if they wanted to move forward with the RFQ. We would consider that the direction the Council wanted to go.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, I've been blessed to live in 6 different locations in this town, both zip codes, both ends. So I get all about, we want to make sure we're doing everything we can for everybody in the whole town, and we are. I do get that the first thing you hear from critics is that, boy, you sure getting ready to spend a lot of money in the old village, and that doesn't seem right. Well, you know, we spend a lot of money in Sneed Farm, and we spend a lot of money in other areas. I don't know how we can arrive at finding $8 million. I realize that's another challenge. I can tell you that I can get on board with moving forward with this RFQ. The only thing for me, and I could not stay at Public Services, I would have suggested, and I'll suggest here tonight and find out the objections, which is fine. I would have simply said, you've got a contractor that's done a phase 1, they know more than anybody else. Extend the contract term loose. But there's a process there of procurement, I'm sure. You can't do that, but if you can, I sure would like to explore it. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, did you have a comment?
Thank you. Just while you're still standing there, just want to make sure I understood correctly at the report. 60, did you state that 69 to 86% of those pipes are in the study area are indeed SCDOT owned and supposedly maintained? Is that the correct percentage?
That's
69 to 86%
Yes, sir.
of the study area. And that would, then I would just ask Madam Mayor and committee members, since we're talking about almost 86% SCDOT, has the committee done everything that we can and extended even to the full body to ask the people who own the roads to do anything? Or do we just assume that they will continue doing what they've done? If we're going to reallocate unbudgeted, unplanned money, which will knock out other projects, have we done every single thing that we can do individually and as a collective body? Or will we just make a blanket political statement that they're not doing the job, so we have to?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I will turn that over to the chairman of the committee. Did you have an answer for him, Mr. Haney? Have you all exhausted that?
Sure. I have spoken with staff, with Mr. Gamora and Mr. Peel, and we have our instructions from the committee for every meeting was, let's turn over every leaf we possibly can. One report I get back constantly, and I think we've all seen this, is that when our people go out to fix our drainage problems, we are not tripping over anybody from the state. And I don't think any of the people here who've had flooding problems have gotten any help or response from the state. And when it rains like it rained today, I don't think anybody in the town of Mount Pleasant is calling anybody from the state. They're calling us. If you know of a state funding source that our staff and the committee has not come up with, I'm certainly open to suggestions. But I do want to read you this. This is from our own capital improvement assessment, really, for this. It says the Old Village area is identified as a part of the town's stormwater infrastructure in need of critical repair replacement due to structural failures and a lack of full engineering design at the time they were constructed. And I will also defer to those that have more engineering and construction experience than I do. If there is any way to proceed with this without a design, if there's any way to fix this problem without having a master plan and design, please speak now or forever hold your peace. But I'm just reading from our own adopted CIP that says that a lack of full engineering design at the time they were constructed. And all we're asking for tonight is the funding to move forward. Mr. Demore and I addressed how we could do that, and we could do with a mid-year budget correction if we need to, which we always do.
That brings up a good point, Mr. Manning. So, Ms. Kotov, you are working on a capital planning model, so that might change it. So the challenge is, I believe, as I understand it, we're not going to bring projects forward for design in the future unless they have funding to complete the project. Could you explain to me a little bit about the capital planning model and how that will work?
One of the things that I've mentioned at the committee that we are working on with our financial advisors is developing a capital planning model. And what this model does is it takes all of our capital projects and it puts them in. It looks at all the funding sources, it forecasts all the funding sources, and it looks at what point we should borrow or not borrow and how we can fund the projects we fund. We're working through that, and we hope to have it completed August 31st.
That is great news. So would it be possible for us to consider this in September after you have that information? Because I think the people who are sitting here at the FUD want to hear that, they don't want to hear that we're going to design it. They want to hear we're going to build it. And I think what we want to know is, can we build it for less? Can we fix the problems that are down there without a design? Which I think we said we couldn't. And if we don't, where do we find immediately, when this design is over, $9 million or $10 million or whatever is identified, what's on the table so that we can address this issue? That will be finished on the 30th of August, hopefully. So we could bring that forward to the Finance Committee, maybe in September, to review the whole capital planning model and include this in a priority with funding and identify it for the full project.
I believe we could do that, yes ma'am.
That would be great. Mr. Bustos?
Just a couple of questions. I'm sorry.
Mr. Demore, how often do we reprioritize things in town to accomplish a specific goal?
I'd have to say we start the year with a plan, whether it's a budget plan or a capital plan. And there are times throughout the year when council decides, because of new information or whatever, that it's time to change course, and we do.
So it's not uncommon to reprioritize things. And I think we often struggle with that whole term, core services. And I would think, I don't know if everyone agrees with me, but I would think the health and safety of the town's residents is the number one goal. And then we have public safety and a number of things, but we want to make sure that, refuse is picked up. We want to make sure that water that stands and floods, that, mosquitoes aren't growing. There aren't different things that emerge from the water. And then, do we ever sit and say, as we look at these capital improvement projects, do we ever consider the impact of people's homes and what they may cost? Have we ever assigned a value to a home and what would be impacted?
No, sir.
We don't. But every decision we make impacts people in their homes. Kids that want to play in their yards, people that want to live in their homes, people that want to enjoy the tranquility of living in Mount Pleasant and don't have to worry every time there's a rainstorm. And I think we work very hard to do that. As a matter of fact, I think Jody Peel gets at times pulled from pillar to post to get that done. And I'll say, you know, you do a good job with the assets that you have. Now, we've commissioned this study. You know, I felt we should have listened. We had anecdotal evidence of flooding down here. And we chose to do a study. Now, the study's here. It's in the CIP that we recognized it earlier. The study's done. And it's time to take a positive step forward and not study this thing to death. It's there. It's real. Now, the decision needs to be made, in my mind, is how much of this elephant do you bite off? Because you know you got to bite it, and you've got to wrestle it to the ground. And I think this is a very measured response to go to those two basins. And as Mr. Peel has said, we're going to have to start there and backwards plan that whole thing and get it done. And this is a problem that is going to march from the old part of Mount Pleasant. It's already in the mid part of Mount Pleasant, like Sneed Farm. But as this town ages, its infrastructure will age, and this is going to be an ongoing problem. We better get used to it, and we better figure out the best practices to get it done. Because higher tides, bigger rainstorms, they're here, they're reality. And this problem is going to march up to the point. We require new subdivisions to put in concrete pipes, retention ponds, a lot of things to prevent flooding. That wasn't done in the old village. Or not just the old village, old Mount Pleasant. You know, that was, well, probably wasn't done before I was born, but, you know, Mount Pleasant was here, and that was just, you know, big yards. They just soaked up a lot of water. And now they don't. We sitting right here have increased density in the old part of Mount Pleasant. And now it's time to pay the fiddle. We've done it, and now we've got to fix it. And I understand that we don't have $8 million sitting around. But we have to start working towards this and getting it done. And I have every faith in the staff of this town that if it's a priority, they'll get it done. I believe that. They'll get it done. And so all we have to do now is be bold enough, show enough initiative that we've accepted this and we're going to move forward with it.
Mr. Business, I think that's what we're trying to get, regardless of whether it's a millage increase or stormwater fee increase. I think we're trying to decide what we do marching on. I think the Stantec report, Jody, was $40 million a year forever for just infrastructure, not including new projects like this.
I mean, that was, we clarified that at the last meeting. It was 14 million, but that was divided between transportation and stormwater.
Okay, so 14, because so we already need $14 million a year that we're not quite attaining.
That was for infrastructure, for transportation, and drainage. It was 14, and we divided about almost in half.
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
Thank you. To close where I was going earlier, and Mr. Smith, I hear you loud and clear, great point about the state and even the federal government. Two sides to that, though, to help this council and future councils, in my opinion, because we've done it well in the past, as Mr. DeBoer knows. For example, Coleman Boulevard. Mr. DeMora, Brad, 100% of those pipes that we're going to fix are state, aren't they? 100%.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Johnny Dodds Boulevard, 100% of the drainage was state, correct?
Yes.
Both of those projects, we are finding another source of revenue, another state, county, or federal way to pay for it. My point is this, and I get it, Mark, but if we take the step for the 800,000 or even the million for the RFQ and the design, that wonderful term, and get it shovel ready, it's then that you put on a full force to the state and the federal government to say, here we are, this is our situation, we've been here for a couple hundred years, we've spent all this money, now we need you to bring in the money and get it done. Because other than that, I don't see how we're gonna come up with 8 million or 10 million or what have you to get it done. That's going to be the way to do it for this council and future councils. Thank you.
Mr. Owens?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, we have a study that we requested. We paid $100,000 for. Thomas and Hutton did a fine job, did a great job, and we appreciate their effort. We need to move forward with this project. We need to move forward with the RFQ. We've got a study that tells us and has made some recommendations, and those recommendations we need to accept and take heed to what they're offering. One of the things that Jody was talking about earlier was the amount of funded CIP projects that we currently have, and Mr. DeMora was saying that we could reallocate some of those funds. Is that right, Mr. DeMora?
Yes, sir.
So there's a possibility that we can go ahead and we can make some reallocations to funds to pay for the RFQ. Is that a fair statement?
You could, sir. That could be one option,
Okay.
yes.
And Rick, if you could, you said, I think a little while ago, or the question was asked, how long it would take for the design. You've already got quite a bit of data for the two basins that are most critical to the town, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're thinking that it's going to take 18 months?
Well, the design is a relatively quick process, survey, design. Really the sticking point is the permitting. If there's any environmental permitting, wetlands or critical areas, that takes a significant amount of time. Unfortunately, the DOT will not allow you to do the work that in their right-of-way without getting approval from them. So that process takes a significant amount of time also.
When you design a stormwater project for a subdivision, what's your design standards? 10-year, 100-year, 25-year, 5-year?
It's the required design standard in the jurisdiction that we're working in for Mount Pleasant. It's a 10-year design storm collection pipe.
Right. And so that's where your recommendations were coming from, is that we would design, or you would, or whoever would design to a 10-year flood.
We would bring it to the 10-year rainfall event.
Right.
Design. Bring it up to the town's current drainage standard.
And our drainage standards, Jody, maybe you can touch base on this. Our drainage standards for Sneed Farm, the real rehab and improvements to Sneed Farm, the $8 million that we're spending in Sneed Farm, what are we bringing that to? So it's 10-year. And so to scale that back would be doing the town, in my opinion, an injustice. If we're going to move forward, it needs to be what our current standards are. We need to elevate our standards across the board. We don't need to scale anything back, or we're asking for problems later. And which goes into a follow-up on all of this is regarding the moratorium. If we can put a plan together, we're less apt, and we've only talking about 2 drainage basins. You're taking that away. But before I go there, I want to ask you, Rick, did in your study, was the Coleman Boulevard drainage included in that study?
We did not include the improvements from that, but that area is anywhere close to the 2 basins that we're talking about.
My concern is that we're pulling a tremendous amount of water off of Coleman Boulevard. I wanted to say it was somewhere in the realm of 20 acres total. Is that correct, mister?
24. Yeah, the number that comes in mind is
24 acres of stormwater that could have a net effect on what we're getting from Coleman Boulevard, sheet flowing towards the marshes. And so when we do these 2 basins simultaneously with what's going on in Coleman, there could be a positive net in the drainage. And so I think collectively we would be in a much better shape after both projects are complete to have that stormwater remediation done for the most part. It may alleviate some of the other basins.
not actually. They're independent of each other. That's why we stress that the system as a whole in the basin must be analyzed and addressed on a basin part. So like by improving that one basin, we're doing nothing to the basin next to it.
I get that. I mean, you're categorizing each basin independently.
Well, because they are independent.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, looking at our, the CIP, I see that we run it out to 2021. And we've got I guess, 150,000 allocated between 2017 and 2021 for the drainage canal restoration and stabilization. There are a number of projects in our CIP that in 2020 we've got $1.2 million at Planters Point. I think we just corrected in your subdivision, Mr. Smith, at Rivertown, 675,000. Has that project been completed, Joe?
Finished, yes, sir.
Okay. So.
Thank you.
And so we have developed those standards across the board in the town of Mount Pleasant, and there's no real reason to scale that back. But there are monies that are available in accordance with Mr. Demore that we could go forward with this RFQ, and it's essential to this town that we move this forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I appreciate that. Mr. Smith, did you have a comment?
Thank you. Yes, again, I agree with 100% of all the comments that have been made. I still didn't hear, and I guess I should qualify that. I certainly am well aware of the law of attraction, and I'm well aware of the old saying, if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to keep getting what you're getting. I'm aware of the bold, strong leadership that was mentioned earlier by Councilman Bustos that the town has taken to pay for, fund, and improve infrastructure that does not belong to us. And I heard you loud and clear, Councilman Haney. The committee charged staff to identify funding options. And I don't question or doubt our staff and the yeoman's job the stellar job they continue to do for us, as outlined and illustrated in this. The only thing I have not heard anyone up here say, including myself, to hold myself equally accountable and responsible, is that you have worn out any state elected official. Tell me any meeting anybody has had with any state elected official on the House or Senate and demanded and stood alongside these people who have stood and yelled and screamed. I'm talking about elected officials. We, the body. What have we done to stand with our citizens to say enough is enough is enough, and we're going to get what we deserve? Didn't we get that? Some improvements with the local government fund? We can continue to say they're not going to do it, but that's unacceptable. And if no one feels that way and I feel alone, I'm happy to write a soul letter. But I know that's not the case. I'm simply saying, council members and mayor, let's join our voices together. Let's stand up. Let's do what we've been doing. And let's do something a little bit differently. And perhaps, just perhaps, we may get something differently. And if we can't get it done, maybe the future administration can, as they continue to build on our effort that we've done before. It's not our responsibility. It's not our road. It is our responsibility to take care of our citizenry. It is our responsibility to make sure that we're safe. But it's not our debt. It's not our bill. So why are we naive and not boldly saying, pay your damn bill and fix your roads and infrastructure, and we'll match you dollar for dollar?
Can I respond? I'll be glad to respond. Several things. First of all, I will pledge to you as chairman of this committee, if this council tonight will move forward with this very small step of issuing the RFQ for the design for the drainage improvements, as is mentioned in our own where am I? CIP document right here. addressing the need for the lack of engineering and all there. If we will make that down payment and make that progress and tell people we have a design, I'll be glad to wear out the phone to state representatives. I have mentioned it to a member of Congressman Sanford's office. Having been a congressional staff member myself, I know how that works. And I also have a meeting coming up next week with some other folks to address some combined funding measures. So I hear you, and I'll certainly make that pledge. But I also just want to remind this board that just this past year, we were willing to spend $12.5 million on a designer roundabout that adjoins this study area for the sake of having traffic go in a pretty circle. And now we are trying to kick the can, or I hear some resistance to even moving forward for $800,000 to design a problem that has been identified through a very well done plan, Rick, which I appreciate. And every minute that we have sat here tonight debating this, we are further behind. This came out in our committee meeting the other day, Rick, and I appreciate you making this point, that it's not a matter of how much we can catch up. It's more of a matter of how far we're going to stay behind. And we have got to get to that point. And somebody sent me a great quote this week on this. It might have been Councilman Owen. Somebody sent it to me. It said, one of the requirements of leadership is to recognize a problem before it becomes an emergency. Well, there's some folks here tonight that will tell you we've got an emergency. And it's just time to move forward. And this is a motion from committee, which does not require a second according to Robert's rules. It's on the table. And I would ask that maybe we hear from our citizens first, and then let's vote and let's do something.
And Mr. Russo, thank you. I'd be more than happy. We have several people signed up. I didn't hear resistance. I just want to hear total funding. I have no problem with it. I'm ready to move forward. But I'd like to talk about $10 million to get some results for these folks, and not just $800,000. Who signed up first? We have to give a list.
Barry Wolf.
There he is. Hi, Barry.
Wow. Y'all wore me out before I got up there. Barry Wolf, 1468 Pocahontas Street. We've heard about the study, and I sat through the meeting where it was presented, and it was a thorough study. I don't think we didn't necessarily need to have the study, but I'm glad it identified everything we already knew. It's not this body's fault. It's not the people who sit in this room's fault. It's not the previous administration's fault. It's decades ago. However, it falls on this body to address it. That's the bottom line. You didn't cause the problem, but it's your responsibility to fix it. We're going to talk about ADUs and the impact that the study said impervious stuff adds to the problem. We keep on doing that in the old village. I've got a new friend back here who's got a third of an acre lot with a 900 square foot house on it that may want to build an ADU. I'm going to tell her she's not a problem. I don't have a problem with that. If 40% coverage of a lot is what the standard in this town, I'd like somebody to go out to the corner of Pocahontas and McCants and measure those three houses that they're building there. Because 40%, it may be the house, but the garage, the driveway, all that stuff. Maybe we need to look at lot coverage as a total. Everything on the lot. Driveways, walks, garages, ADUs, houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Jean Jemay.
Thank you. I'm Jean Jemay. I live at 674 Ferry Street in Old Mount Pleasant, and yes, I'm been here a long time too, and talking about the same subject and reiterate what the previous speaker said. I just am not in favor of keeping ADUs on the list and having a moratorium on that, and I'm not sure if you mean everything else that was on that list with ADUs, including pools and additions and things like that. I live next door to the woman with third of an acre lot, and I also have the same third of an acre lot and smaller footprint. And totally support that we look at this from lot coverage and not from just because it's an ADU, we can't have a permit for that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Ray. We had two other people. I think Ms. Kim, you wanted to speak again, and I think Ms. Burnett, you wanted to speak. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had 4 people. I was trying to kind of keep count.
No. I do have one thing to add. I have contacted elected officials, Mark Sanford's office. I think it's Chip Campson. You had asked me to do that, and I did that on the Old Village's behalf. And I had the state out. I had an engineer from the state out to my road, and he walked with me. And we walked down to the end, and we walked around the corner, and I showed him where the nearest drain was. And he emailed me back, and he said, we only do maintenance. We don't do infrastructure. So I have explored the options. I mean, I have reached out to Lindsey Graham. I have reached out to Tim Scott, and I get contacts your local officials. So that leaf has been turned over. And, I think that we are at a point where we need to just move forward and get it up to the standards of the rest of the town. And we live in a great place. And this is the oldest, most historic part of town, and it needs to be taken care of.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. I appreciate all the hard work you've done on this.
Yeah.
Ms. Burnett, would you like to speak?
Sorry. Good job. Step on your foot. I have a whole thing written out, so I don't lose my temper. Might happen. And y'all answer a lot of the questions. I live in the village. I've been on this lot for 40 years. And I need something done. I can't wait 2 years. I cannot live in my home. You live in your home, you all go home. When it rains, you might have to go through a puddle. I can't get in my house. When I go to my front yard, it's up to here, getting in the front door. I can't get in it. And when I go, I can't get in any entrance in my house. And the water does not come from the sky, as I've said in the last time. It comes from your road. It comes from McCants, down Greenwich, goes on the left side of the street, comes down Simmons at the hill to my side. It comes from Ferry, down to Greenwich, down to my side, and when that road fills up, every ounce of that water goes in my yard. It's your water, it's your responsibility. In 94 and 95, they told me they were going to put a drain in front of my yard, in front of the road, to catch that water. They used to come in and put a huge, if they knew a storm was coming, they'd put a huge pump, bigger than me, taller than me, in my front yard, every time. Before the storm hit, it was in my yard, big pipe way back in the backyard. Now they put the pipe in the front of the yard, that's no good, because the water comes from when it comes from Simmons and Ferry, it comes to my driveway, goes down the driveway, down the front, under my house. My house is covered with black mold. I'm seamstress. I have silk drapers in there that cost $10,000 if I hadn't made them myself. I have down sofas that they tell me are ruined. I have antique chairs with custom fabrics and custom trims that I did that are ruined. I have mahogany furniture that I have cleaned several times to the point that it made me sick from being in the black mold. I don't care that it's a state road. Get it. Get it clear, get it now. I'm a Mount Pleasant resident. My address does not say Charleston, South Carolina. It says Mount Pleasant. It has for 68 years, going for 69. 40 years, I have been at 114 Freeman Street. I've had the problem. It's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. You've done nothing. The reason I have mold right now is because I called the town and talked about 4 or 5 different people. Please pump my yard, pump my yard. At the time, it would have been really ugly had I not been taking care of my invalid father. I couldn't get there to choke you or I probably would have. Seriously, this is totally out of control. You're talking about starting at, where did you say, William Street? Is that what you said, Jody? You have to start down at William Street to do that?
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. You did very good to not lose your temper, and I did give you an extra full moment. I understand your concerns. We all know the problem. That's why I'm going to ask that the motion include a full funding source if we move forward. Not just for design, but for fixing the problem.
Well, if you don't fix it, oh, you're gonna fix it, trust me. Write that down in your book.
Mr. Blythe, would you like to address us as well? I'm gonna call for a quick break soon, so hurry.
I will be brief. Dennis Blythe, 16 Pelzer Drive. I just want to point out that we've had many discussions about funding in this discussion. I think it is very important to begin the process and get the study rolling. I don't think there's going to be a difference of opinion apparently here about how to fund the project entirely, and if you allow that discussion to hold up the beginning of this process, you're going to delay the whole process. As it's been mentioned, all of these things continue to get worse day by day. And I'd just like to point out that in this discussion of a lack of funding sources, I haven't heard any discussion of the fact that we have slowed the process of increasing impact fees on development in this town. We have slow walked that every time we could. Some of the same people that are demanding that we find other sources and demanding that we identify other sources are the people that are helping to slow walk that. And any consideration in the future, very shortly, we're going to get into a discussion of whether we should be at 80 or 90 or 100% of impact fees. These are the reasons we need to demand 100% of impact fees, because it's problems in the past in places like Sneak Farm where we've allowed developers to build at a lower than what we really needed capacity and capability, not probably 10-year plans, that we're beginning to pay for now. Anyway, thank you 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Blythe. Okay, that's it for public comments on that issue.
Linda? Excuse me, Mayor Page.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I knew there was someone else who had asked to speak. Certainly, please come forward.
I'm not totally frozen yet, that's right there. First start, like I bet y'all are. My name is Barbara McCollum Geisman. I'm a native. Actually, my family, the Wildens, are a founding family of Mount Pleasant. Sorry, I went back to you guys because y'all are really the ones I'd like to talk to. Not that I don't want to talk to y'all too. God bless Rosemary and Carrie, and y'all can just not worry about my area, because the work they did a number of years back was effective. Believe it or not, Jody, God bless, has been in my house a few times. 1343 Fairmont Avenue. I've been there since 1980. And I've had water in my house, but nothing like they've had. And what I want to say, as a few people have already said for me, is that I have approximately a 900 square foot home. Many of y'all have been by there. And I'm on 0.33 acres on a corner lot. I absorb the water for everybody in my area, y'all. Our yard floods. Do I care? I can live with it. You know, I really can. But, I mean, I deserve the right to have, since I meet lot coverage, to have an ADU built on my property. I mean, we know what's happened with, there's homes all over the place that take up almost every single bit of the property they're on. Why? I don't know, but I just know that I would sure appreciate it if y'all would separate these things. You know, the flooding, separate that from the ADUs, etc. You know, if people meet lot coverage, then fine. There's not a lot of land left in our little area, you know, but let me be able to do what other people have come in and done and increase the value of their property.
Thank you, Ms. Geisman. Good job. Mr. Canaan, do you have something relevant to this?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, whether you think it's relevant or not, I don't know. However, one of the things I think people miss, I can give you a little personal experience. We went down to New Orleans after
Katrina, and there was like 16 ladder trucks and engines that were sitting there destroyed. Millions of dollars in equipment because of bad drainage. I know we're nowhere near New Orleans situation, thankfully, but something to think about, that big hurricane comes, you get some police vehicles there, you get some fire vehicles there, because they have to respond. 2 feet of water, they're done. You're rebuying those again. And that's expensive, so something to think about.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Haney?
Yes, ma'am. Point of order. We do have actually 2 motions on the floor. And as chairman of the Public Services Committee, I would ask that before we take any break or anything, that we go ahead and take action on these motions as presented. And they came out of committee. They do not require a second. And I would just ask that in accordance with the amended agenda that we go ahead and call the question on these unless council members have something else to say.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Councilman Haney. Would you be amenable to amending the motion to include your last comments?
Remind me what those were.
Collaboration, sir. I'll sum it up in one word. Collaboration for seeking fundings on the state level.
Not as a requirement for passing those. I pledge that as good as an element of good public service, not as a requirement in these motions. No, sir.
And I would ask that you consider in your motion to include the full funding of the project at minimum of $10 million.
You have the motion from the committee. It was unanimous, and the motions, unless I hear from my committee members who have worked on this, remember we had a special committee meeting as well that lasted 2 or 2.5 hours. And Madam Mayor, you were at the committee meeting on Monday, and this is the first you have raised this issue about not wanting to move forward unless you know where every penny's going to come from. And I'm just asking that you call the question as these 2 are submitted from committee, please.
Absolutely. Ms. Barrett, please call the question.
Please specify which one we're voting on. They're 2 separate ones.
Move the agenda to make number 2 number 1, so I would think for a point of order, we would take that one first, Mr. President.
You're talking about item number K2, is that?
I believe that's how we amended the agenda, was to move 2 to 1 and 1 to 2.
Point of order. 1 is for new business, so we're gonna leave it where it's at, or we're gonna take it to new business?
I believe he's calling for the vote now under the Public Services Committee.
Okay.
K1 is a different item of the council business, it's a special item. And that's what I'm clarifying, the vote, as I understand it, is for item K2 as it is stated on the agenda. I agree.
But what about K1 under new business?
There can certainly be a report on that, but that's still under council business. So we're just voting on it. That's my understanding.
Mr. Haney, are you clear on the point of order?
Not exactly. It does not preclude us voting on as written under council new business, does it, Mr. Packard?
On which item, sir?
1.
Yeah, give me the number. There it is, 1. No, under new business, isn't it 2?
New business is 2, first reading of the ordinance.
Temporary suspension and issuance of certain permits for construction of accessory dwelling units for the subdivisions of lots in certain areas of Mount Pleasant due to the risk of flooding. Ordinance number 17041.
That item is still under council new business. Right.
Which is an actual first reading of an ordinance.
That's correct, sir.
Right.
So that's where it is.
Exactly. Thank you.
Just to be clear, the council is not voting on the ordinance mentioned in K1.
I'm sorry, that's not clear what you're saying.
Can't hear you.
Use your microphone, please.
I believe Mr. Haney has, so you want to move, you would like to vote on them both now? Is that what I heard you
No, ma'am.
say?
No, that would require amending the agenda. My point is, 1 is a recommendation from the committee based on the volume of work the committee has done, including special meetings, discussions with staff and all that. The other is the first reading of the wording of an ordinance. And those are not mutually exclusive. We can vote on K1 and K2 and still also vote on the first reading of the wording of the ordinance. May we not, Mr. Pagliarini?
I'm still trying to clarify what it is under K1 you're asking for a vote. Can you state that for the record so it's clear so everybody understands?
Well, for instance, under council new business item 2, I don't see the time frame, right? That is a first reading with an ordinance number of the wording of an ordinance.
Time frame would be contained in the ordinance. 17041 contains all the language with the time frame.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is I think a vote under council new business would cover all of that. I don't see a need to vote twice, but
As long as that holds, that we're covering all aspects of the committee's recommendation by voting on the first reading of the wording of an ordinance, I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure that that's what we're doing, and make sure that the rest of council is clear.
right, if you review 17041, that 90-day provision is in there.
Okay, thank you.
Did you need some clarification?
No, Madam Mayor, as long as we are voting on the K1 only.
Yes, sir. Amended, so K1 is actually K2, it is amended to make K2 K1. So he is called on a vote on K1, which originally on the printed agenda is K2.
Can we get it read into the record so that people understand?
Absolutely. The vote that he has called for is the approval to task staff with issuing an RFQ for the design of drainage improvements in the Edwards Park and Royal Avenue basins.
And
The vote, Ms. Barrett?
Mr. Brimmer?
Aye.
Mr. Brimmer votes yes. Mr. Bustos?
yes.
Mr. Bustos votes yes. Mr. Carrier?
Yes.
Mr. Carrier votes yes. Mr. Garge?
Aye.
Mr. Garge votes yes. Mr. Haney?
Aye.
Mr. Haney votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Santos votes yes. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes yes. Mayor Page?
Aye. And for clarification, now that the vote is passed, Ms. Cobb will bring that to us at the next council meeting with the funding to breach to the RFQ.
Finance committee meeting?
Any meeting. Correct? Everyone in agreement? So citizens, do you fully understand what we've voted on? So we voted on to move forward with the study, and we'll be looking for funding for this study. Not just the design. So we're only moving forward with the design. If we can find the funding for that and agree on that at the finance committee next month. Understood? Okay. Thank you.
I don't see that as being part of the motion. The motion said to task staff with issuing an RFQ for the design of drainage improvements. There is no stipulation for finding of that being subject to finding the financing for that, is it?
No,
Our RFQ process requires that, so Ms. Kotov is just required to bring that to us. It's nothing exceptional.
It's just, I think we're saying the same thing here. It's just that we can't enter into a contract with a design firm without having the money. So next month, we will also bring, with our recommendation as to the design firm, also bring the funding plan support at the same time.
That is our correct RFQ. Did I misunderstand the RFQ process? I apologize, Ms. Kotov.
No, you're correct. So bids and purchases would get the RFQ, and then finance would get a funding mechanism or source.
If I may, if I'm recognized, I don't want to be out of order.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Haney,
you.
certainly have the floor.
That is describing the process by which this will approve. That was not a condition of approval of what just passed. It was not in the motion that was conditional upon that.
We can certainly issue the RFQ, but we can't award it without funding. Is that what you're saying, sir?
What I'm saying is that the motion is as written on here, right? And so staff will follow the process of showing us where the money is coming from. There's not a possibility that staff will come back and say, sorry, there's no money, this motion is null and void, correct?
We will not do that.
Thank you.
I asked that question earlier.
I know you did.
Thank you very much. So moving on to item number K2, which is the approval to, this is the discussion of the approval to implement a 90-day moratorium on the construction of ADUs and subdivision of lots in the Old Village Drainage Study area. Thank you. Is there any discussion on that item before we move on?
As members of the committee and speaking for my committee members, there will be discussion of the rationale for that when we get to that.
Thank you. Everyone clear? Moving on with the other committee reports, recreation.
No report.
Thank you. Transportation Committee, we did meet, we discussed the gross traffic study and got an update on the opening of the Highway 41 bridge. Waterworks Commission?
Excuse me, point of order. Aren't we supposed to go back and then go to accommodations tax and bids?
Oh, I'm sorry, I flipped my page over, you're absolutely right. Hang on, because we moved it and I was following the amended agenda. Thank you for that. So moving forward to the other committees, all the way to the beginning. I know that makes Mr. Brock very happy and Mr. Mitchum. Going back to, for clarification, the committee reports, number A, accommodations tax advisory.
No meeting, no report.
Bids and purchases committee.
Madam Mayor, we did have a meeting and we have an item that's going to be coming up on the council new business later on in the meeting, approval of lease purchase financing for the purposes of purchasing the fire truck, and that'll come up under new business.
Thank you. Economic Development Committee, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a report and an action item mentioned earlier on it. Muldrow presented the retail market analysis study for Mount Pleasant. The study was conducted to provide the town with the baseline information to help inform the upcoming comprehensive planning process, especially as it relates to economic development. The study included retail leakage analysis, market share analysis, retail inventory, analysis of business license, commercial permits over time. The study showed how Mount Pleasant had a healthy retail sector, leading the regional market in several areas. However, there were opportunities for improvements, as we mentioned earlier, in areas that should be considered during the planning process. The committee also reviewed an application for a retention expansion project as part of the Economic Development Incentive Grant Program. Action item that goes with that.
Thank you very much. It was an excellent report. Education Committee, Mr. Birch.
No meeting, no report.
Finance, Mr. Carrier.
Mayor and Council of Finance did meet. All of my items are under new business. In our report, we did recognize 2 employees, Stacy Willis and business license official Melody Dangerfield, for both of their excellent performance.
Our committee.
No, we have a report on
Resources. Resources. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, no meeting. There was no report. Patriots Point Development Authority. We had a meeting today. I did not make it to the meeting. No report. Planning Committee, Mr. Bremer.
Madam Mayor, we don't have any action items, but I do have a brief report. 3 items in particular. Staff did provide the committee with an update on the comprehensive plan, planning form, application and selection process. I am thrilled to report, by the way, that August 4th was the last day of applications for that task force, or that support group. And we have received approximately 250 applications from citizens who would like to be part of that process. And I just have to say, I've been on 2 of these planning process groups in the past, and the town, excuse me, the town in some regards had to shake the trees to find 30 people who would be willing to commit to that in previous years. And so this year, in fact, we have 250 citizens who were volunteering for this or applying for it. It's just phenomenal. So that says a lot about our community. On August 15th, the Planning Commission will hold a special meeting to select the 30 applicants who will serve on that forum. The committee, staff also provided the committee with a review of the tree ordinance and protected trees. The committee directed that the Planning Commission review the tree ordinance over the next 90 days and provide recommendations for amendments. And as my colleague, Mr. Smith, pointed out at the Planning Committee, I offered a very ambitious 7-point plan for the planning commission to look at the tree ordinance. It was really not my intention to require planning commission to come back to us within 90 days with all 7 of those items resolved or recommendations. But just as that conversation began, the overall goal of that was to see if we could just find ways to keep more trees in the ground here in Mount Pleasant. So looking forward to those recommendations. Finally, staff reviewed the commission proposed draft text amendments for the land development regulations to include lot fill, grading, drainage, and related things. And so those will also come back with recommendations later on. So that is a report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number J is the Police Legal Judicial Committee. Items number 1, 2, and 3 are under council new business. I would ask on item number 4, the approval to set fines pursuant to South Carolina Code 565, 1535, that we make a motion to approve the new fines as set forth. That is a motion. I have a second. Is there any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it. Yes, it does. So we've already dealt with Public Services Committee and Recreation Committee out of order. I apologize. In Transportation Waterworks, Mr. Smith.
Madam Mayor, report only in the interest of time. I'll submit my report to the clerk. Thank you.
Water Supply. Thank you. Administrator's report, Mr. Demore. No report. Before we move on to council new business, we'll take a very quick 5-minute break. Thank you.
So let them be permitted to continue to do this.
Not after this, because the subdivision of lots would stop as well. So the subdivision of lots.
And ADU?
Yeah. ADU would stop for 90 days.
Yeah, I think that separates. Sure. What is wrong?
Thank you very much. We're going to get started again. Council number, excuse me. Everybody's getting a little testy over here. Item number 11, council business. A new business is a discussion and consideration of instruction to legal counsel to draft an ordinance establishing a moratorium on land clearing and tree removal affecting tracts or parcels of land acres 5 or greater for 90 days pending a review and recommendations from the planning commission on the town's tree ordinance. I believe this came from you, Mr. Santos.
I asked Ms. Fiona, as you heard Councilmember Bremer earlier talk about sending this to the planning commission for up to 90 days, I think. One of my concerns was if we do this, we may have, well, there you go. We may have folks that will that have larger tracts of land that may want to come in and cut down some trees, and until this decision is made, trees that are not protected. And so I'm asking to do this just so that we can make sure that that doesn't happen, that it's put off until the 90 days until the planning commission has an opportunity to look at this, give us recommendations on the tree ordinance, and then at that time we can, let the 90 days expire or do whatever the planning commission's recommend. I just don't want people to come out. We said, we put it at 5 acres simply because we didn't want citizens to have to go through this if they want to take down a tree or two. We wanted to look at it, the bigger picture, like developers who want to come in and just, I know Christiane doesn't like me to say clear cut, but I think when people look at lots like what happened with Indigo Park, they pretty much clear cut that whole place. I think that's the kind of thing that we're trying to stop with this until the planning commission has an opportunity. So we're just asking to have our legal folks draft an ordinance that will address that situation. So we're not voting on an ordinance tonight, but we're asking them to draft something that they can bring back to us that we can look at and protect, the trees right now that are not protected, like pines or like gum trees and things like that, that really make up a lot of our buffers.
Thank you, Gary. Would you give any consideration to taking this to my police judicial legal committee for legal discussion so that we make sure we're fully covered without having to seek any legal advice tonight on the issue? And we could.
No, we're not seeking legal advice tonight. We're just asking them by our vote is to have them prepare an ordinance for us, that the legal ordinance that we can take at the next meeting, bring it up to the next meeting. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for an ordinance right now at this moment. I'm asking to allow them to prepare one for us.
Thank you, Mr. Birch.
So Gary, just to do that, then that would not have an impact on anybody right now that has a permit.
Exactly.
Only become law after we have an ordinance that we vote on the ordinance.
Question.
Carrier?
But how does it differ from our tree mitigation policy now? Because, I mean, you're using Indigo Point as a place as an example, and there is mitigation that's gonna occur there. And are you asking for a more dense mitigation, or what?
Yeah, what I'm asking for there, the mitigation is for protected trees that they had to take down and they have to replace. But the trees that aren't protected, like pine trees or sweet gum trees, they can cut those down. They're not protected, so they can go up right now and cut them all down. What I'm saying is I want to protect that right now until such time as the planning commission has an opportunity to tell us what they would like to do with the tree ordinance. Because if not, then, if I own, 20 acres of land and I saw that the planning commission was going to be coming up with a new ordinance about tree buffers, I might go out there and take all the unprotected trees and cut them down, just so I don't have to worry about that. But what this will do is stop that. It won't allow them to cut down those unprotected trees until because the planning commission may come up and add the pine and the sweet gum to protected trees. But they'd already be cut down if we don't do something to make sure that we hold up on allowing that to happen until they come up with their recommendations. That's all I'm saying.
just trying to make it easier on the planning commission, because I think that's a tough request. I mean, there is a tree ordinance in place. I mean, we have mitigation in place. I mean, you're asking for kudzu to stay, for example.
Kudzu's a plant.
I know, but I mean, you're asking for the jungle type stuff to stay, and I don't think that's.
I'm not asking for jungle stuff. I'm asking for trees that are not protected, like pines. And
I mean, that's what was taken down in Indigo Place. The jungle stuff was taken down.
But I don't think it'll put pressure on the planning commission. They're going to go about, Bob's already said he's given him some orders of what he would like to see him do.
Okay.
I'm not getting in the middle of that. I just want to sit back and wait and see what they come up with.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to protect the trees we have now until they come up with a recommendation. Because like I said, they may want to add pine or gum to protected trees. And I don't want people to cut them down before we get to hear from the planning commission, what they want to do. That's all.
Santos. Mr. Brimmer, when did you ask them to, I know we just said the 7 things that you want to do. Do you have any idea when they might bring something back to you?
I heard that they were going to begin that discussion, I guess, next month. Excuse me, November. And so I asked them within 90 days to have some recommendations, or at least some action toward those. Gary, I understand where you're trying to go with this. My concern is that what you're proposing potentially has some unintended consequences, because things like grading and fill and all those things are tied into trees. And if we do what you say, in effect what you're doing is you are putting a halt on any future development on those parcels. And there may be some legal issues with that, just in terms of if you can't take any trees out and run a wooded piece of property, what are you building? What can you do? And so I have some concern about the unintended consequences of what you're asking for. And that's exactly, that's exactly the reason why I sent this to Planning Commission, so these things can be properly vetted through the commission and by staff to make sure that what we're proposing here is not going to get us into more trouble or have unintended consequences. So I'm not sure that I can support this tonight, but I do think that the issue of maintaining trees and amending the tree ordinance is something that is being worked on currently. But
right, you have 90 days though, and that's the problem, Bob. You gave him 90 days. So, I talked to Christiane and I talked to our legal folks. They're the ones that crafted this with me. So I don't expect we're going to have any legal issues because I worked through them to put this together. That's why we're asking them to put an ordinance together. We're asking our legal folks to do that, and I'm sure they're not going to put us in a position where we're going to be sued. So I just think it's important. I mean, you've given these guys 90 days, and like I said, if I had a piece of property, 20 acres, I would be concerned. I might go out and cut down all the unprotected trees now. And then what if they come back and decide they want to protect those trees, but they're already gone? I don't know. I'm not saying that will happen, but it very well could happen. And we need to protect the trees. We don't need any more indigo parks, squares. I've heard more people upset about what they've done to Indigo Square than anywhere. But they did it legally because those are unprotected trees. That's why I'm just trying to stop that right now until the Planning Commission has an opportunity to address it And then from there, we can go forward. We may not do anything after they may come up with some good recommendations, and we may decide not to do anything other than that. So that's why I'm trying to do this. I'm just trying to protect any more of the, lack of a better word, clear cutting of our trees until the planning commission has an opportunity to look at it and give us their recommendations.
And so, just for clarity then, would this exempt any project that has currently submitted?
Absolutely. I don't want to penalize anybody. So anybody that's already submitted and it's in the system, certainly, as far as I'm concerned, they're okay.
Mr. A?
Yes, at our ribbon cutting today, someone from Waterworks asked how that would affect them. They were afraid it might shut their, their work down. And you might have heard that, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
Gary, I'm with you on this. I'm just wondering, is there something we do to make it possible for a public utility to continue to do what they need to do, and how do we get that wording in there?
Well, we're already in the system, just like Bob had asked. They're already in the system. So they would be exempt. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, we'd have to check with the attorneys, but, I'm not trying to penalize anybody that's already in the system and already moving on, and they are.
I don't believe that's true, Ms. Farrell. They haven't, there's
We've not submitted yet.
no submission there.
They only have zoning at this point in time. They do not have, to quote portions of our ordinance, a site-specific development plan at this point in time.
But what I'm talking about is somebody who's already working with the town and already has a plan. We just voted on some of their issues tonight, matter of fact. Right, for zoning. So they're already in the system. They're already moving forward as far as I'm concerned. And we can make sure when the legal writes it, they can write it such that they can make sure that folks like that are exempt. I mean, listen, I'm not saying I'm an expert on writing this thing. That's why I want to send it to the attorneys to write it for us, to make sure that we're okay with it.
And I would be more than happy to take it up with police judicial legal next year to vet some of these issues.
Next year.
Next month, I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to protect the trees. That's all. Bob said it earlier, and I think somebody said it earlier. I'm just trying to look out for the trees. We've seen a lot of them cut down unnecessarily, and I'm just afraid that the unprotected trees will be cut down if people hear that we're starting to look at the tree buffer and stuff like that. I just think we need to protect them. We went down to Hilton Head just recently. We saw what a fantastic job they did with their buffers. And here we are, we're approving a 10-foot buffer for Lowe's. I mean, guys, we got to do better than that. I think Hilton Head is kind of set the pace for buffers and all, and I was really impressed on how well they did. I mean, you'd see a Walmart sign, but you couldn't see the Walmart because they're behind a big buffer. But that's not what we do here. We let them cut all the ground stuff away, so even though you may have a 50-foot buffer, you still can see the parking lots and everything because we allow them to clear the ground stuff out. I mean, it really doesn't do much good to have a buffer if you can still see through the buffer and see the parking lots of places. And like I said, I think Hilton Head's done a good job. I just think that we need to if we're going to send this, like you said, for 90 days and have it discussed for 90 days, let's put a hold on cutting down these unprotected trees until they can make a decision.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Councilman Santos, is the intent to, you've mentioned setbacks and buffers several times in your last comments. Is your intent to also revisit setbacks and buffers in this as well, or were you just using those for example? I'm just seeking clarification.
No, I'm not including
right that.
No.
Eric or Christiane, how does trees get categorized in the 4 different categories, right, of trees? How does a tree get placed in one category or another?
They're by species. How did the species get to where they are? A lot of that comes from professional arborist manuals of sorts, where they've already classified trees in some manner. We have adjusted it a little bit based on our knowledge and experience of what trees do well here and don't. So we moved a couple of them up or down a class depending on just how they behave in Mount Pleasant.
And then, thank you. My last question, Councilman Berman, in your opinion, is there any point in the intent behind this that you feel is not covered in your 7-point bulletin, 90-day review? It's just in your opinion, because it sounds like we're talking about the intent being the same coverage.
Yeah, I don't think there's much about trees that I didn't cover in my 7-point missive. So certainly clear cutting, cutting trees, roadside buffers, all of those were issues that I've asked them to look at. The intent certainly was not to inhibit development, but it was to make sure we had more higher quality development. So this would certainly fit into the discussion that I've asked them to have.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Councilman, I understand what you're trying to accomplish here, but I feel like work is already underway, so I won't be supporting this. Just want you to understand why.
Thank you. So are you making a motion, Mr. Santos, to move this forward?
Yes, I am.
Second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Call for a vote, please.
Mr. Brimmer?
No.
Mr. Brimmer votes no. Mr. Bustos?
Yes.
Mr. Bustos votes yes. Mr. Carrier?
No.
Mr. Carrier votes no. Mr. Garch?
No.
Mr. Garch votes no. Mr. Haney?
Aye.
Mr. Haney votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Santos votes yes. Mr. Smith?
Nay.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mayor Page?
No. Motion fails. Item number 2, under first reading, is an ordinance to provide for the temporary suspension of an issue of certain permits of construction of accessory dwelling units and for subdivision of lots in certain areas of Mount Pleasant due to risk of flooding.
May I?
Absolutely, Mr. Haney, you brought this forward.
Thank you. Part of the reason for this, and we discussed it in committee, several committee meetings, the special committee meeting this month, previous months, whatever, is that we needed, it doesn't, the finger in the dam is a bad way to govern. And we were trying to eliminate some of the symptoms while we diagnose the cause. And like Mr. Brimmer just said, the purpose is not to stop people from building homes or adding on to the home. The purpose is to stop people's homes from getting flooded. That's the sole purpose. And so we, after looking at this, I believe the motion, correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a long night, out of committee, was to extend it to 90 days in the 2 basins, the two study area basins. That's what we discussed as a committee. But the issue with this is not, let me put it this way, the intent of this and the cause of this is not what something is called, it's what it does. And if it increases impervious surface, then it increases runoff, and then we're exacerbating the problem. And so we as a committee, if we had the luxury, we could write this in a different way. We would like to write this in a different way. And I think Mr. Bustos has some further details that he would like to share, if I may yield. I know that's not necessarily part of our procedure, but I would like to yield if I may.
Recognize him if you're finished with your point. Mr. Bustos?
Yes, and after looking at this and some discussion, as Mr. Haney was saying, it's not the type building, it's what it does. So the subdivision, I think, needs to stand because it's that division and building new houses that causes a problem. But the second part that specifically names ADUs, I think that maybe that is the wrong approach and that we need to go to lot coverage. And that may be a better way of addressing this and account for driveways. There may be a house that has a big driveway that creates more impervious surface than an ADU. So with that, I'd have to ask Mr. Pagliarini's advice, because I'm sure they've written an excellent ordinance, but we would how hard it would be to change that from accessory dwelling units to a lot coverage percentage. And I think, you know, we're looking at that because we've got some percentages already in our ordinances, and we need to adhere to those. And I think we may have the answer, but, you know, we can tweak this ordinance a little bit to address those coverages. It would be better than naming a specific type building.
First, the rule is, the rule is obviously per our ordinances, it would have to be passed at first reading and then amended at second reading. So that's the procedural mechanism. And I think Ms. Brown probably has some technical information for you.
Really, what I'm hearing you say is a zoning code amendment. So what we have presented tonight is a moratorium on the issuance of certain types of permits. What you're speaking of relates to some things that we don't even permit at this point, like driveways. We don't issue we don't issue any kind of permit for those. So we don't have any way to review that.
But if someone comes in and wants to build an ADU or some sort of accessory building,
That we permit.
the footprint, we have a percentage for that.
That's right.
And if it is greater than that percentage,
Then they don't get a permit.
then they don't get a permit.
Period.
So
Even without a moratorium.
even without a moratorium. So I think that's what we need to do, and in the ordinance, or however we're gonna do this thing, rather than specifically name ADUs, we need to say the percentage, which is already in the...
It's already in the ordinance.
In the ordinance.
Yeah, so if anything came in and exceeded either that 40% or 35%, depending on the zoning, we don't issue a permit anyway.
Okay,
But
so...
this is building coverage.
So if that's already in place, perhaps all we need to do is have the lot subdivision and just, you know, everyone understand that we need to really, and I know y'all are, just like Jody, you're pulled from pillar to post on inspections, but this is one in an area that's very sensitive. So, you know, if we could just do that, is that doable, just to pare this ordinance down to lot subdivision?
Right, yes, sir. As I said, we would pass first reading first.
And then we'd amend it.
Next month, you could amend it to remove, in this example, remove the ADU portion of the ordinance, if that was okay.
Yeah, and I think if we do that, with the understanding that we passed first reading tonight, but it's with the understanding right now that our attorneys, who are gonna write another fine ordinance, are gonna remove ADUs, and we already addressed lot coverage, so, you know, we'll just make it more simple.
Mr. Haney?
Yes. As a procedural notion, and I guess this is for Mr. Pagarini, if we pass this tonight as written at first reading, can it come back through our committee, through public services, or would it have to go through police, legal, and judicial?
Either one you wish, sir.
Either one. So, and Mr. Owens and I have had this conversation as well. What if we, as council, agree, we pass this as first reading as written so we comply with the law? Our committee will take this up and come back next month with the changes in that so that we're getting to the core, which is impervious surface, not what type of structure it is.
That's an appropriate.
Is that, and that would pass some sort of legal muster on it. So
There's no problem.
no problem with that at all. That's what I would like us to do.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. Ms. Farrell, just for clarification, so, and I would be more than happy to support you taking it all the way back. I can't support this as a first reading without an amendment because I don't agree with this ordinance. So I
So that
understand.
we can amend it, that's my
No,
point.
you can't, you can only amend it on second reading, but I'm not gonna vote for first reading because of the wording. But if you would take it back to your committee, I would be more than happy to talk about the impervious surface. But before we get to that, I wanna talk about an example, Ms. Farrell and I talked about this week. So lot subdivision is based on, the underlying zoning, R1, R2 of a piece of property, correct?
That's right.
So we don't really give permission for lots to be subdivided as a rule. They just follow the zoning allowed, correct?
Right. Now, I mean, they obviously still have to go through some sort of process to create the new lot. And that happens in one of two ways. If it's going to be creating new infrastructure, which is not typically the case in the old village, but if it does create new infrastructure, it has to go to the planning commission. If it is just a simple subdivision off of an existing street, that can be handled at staff level. I will clarify though that sometimes in the old village area, because of issues similar to what we're discussing, staff will not approve the subdivision at staff level, and we will send it to the planning commission, just like we would for a new development with new infrastructure.
And the reason I wanted to make that clear is because I know a lot of times there's blame. You know, it's you allow a lot to be subdivided or you encourage a lot to be subdivided, and that's not really true. Lots have underlying zoning.
Yeah, it has to meet the minimum lot size, it has to meet the dimensional requirements, and then there has to be access to a public street.
So I know there's a piece of property for sale right now that's approximately 3.5 acres, and you and I have talked about that piece of property specifically. Even if we passed this ordinance, that property still could be split into lots. It still would be eligible to be divided, is that not correct?
As long as it could meet the dimensional requirements and it has access to a public street. And it will probably have to go to the planning commission.
Right, and that would be without the added infrastructure, and of course, I think if you knew the piece of property, you would consider that it might be better suited to the neighborhood if it had additional infrastructure and maybe a more aesthetically pleasing design for the neighborhood than lots along both of the streets that it borders. So I think my problem, Mr. Haney and Mr. Bustos, is it's not that I'm fighting you on the issue, it's just that these things can still happen regardless of the decision that you make, and that's the point.
Well, and that's fine. If somebody has 3 acres, I understand that. But, you know, typically what's happening is they're buying 2 lots, turning into 3 homes. And they're covering 80, 60, 70, 80% of the lot. That needs to not happen. You've got 3 acres out there, and you're gonna make it into several big lots. Yeah, so be it.
And I get that, and I think we're just kind of eliminating the availability to do that. And, you know, so the example that comes up most often is the one on McCants and Pocahontas. Well, actually, you had one lot that had R2 zoning that was allowed to be divided, and there was a third lot, is the way I understand it. Do you recall the ones I'm speaking of?
We've had a couple of situations where they've actually been combined and then re-subdivided.
Correct. So, I mean, you know, I just can't support it as it is tonight for first reading because I'm uncomfortable with that, but be glad to discuss it future if it comes back in a different way.
You know, what we're doing is kicking the can down the road 30 days. We just, again, this is one of those things we just need to vote on, and it's going to be amended. I think Mr. Haney's already said what he wants to do is have it go straight back to his committee and have the change from specific type buildings to a percentage.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carrier?
Paul had mentioned one time before, I think it was just you and I talking, but I'm more concerned here with the term, the 90 days. If we're going to tie this to our pending thoughts about the drainage issue and how we're going to solve it, seems to me like 90 days, we're just gonna keep kicking it another 90 days every time it comes up. I'd rather see us, and I think Paul mentioned, let's do it for 2 years. Or let's do it for 1 year. I'm talking about the moratorium on subdividing lots only. I mean, that gets you to the drainage issue being solved, possibly, if you pick the right term, or not.
Thank you. Anyone else? Council? Okay.
I mean, I can't vote for it either if ADUs are part of it, but if he's committed to removing the ADUs, then I'm fine.
Right. But we're going to be asked, I think what we were asked to vote on it is as it's written, and then hope there's an amendment next month.
This is first reading.
Yeah, first reading. And if not, and if you don't like what the committee comes back with addressing all of these things, then you just vote against it at second reading.
Thank you. So there's no motion on the floor. Is it?
Did you make a motion for item number 2, first reading?
Well, the committee made a motion, but yes, I will make that as a motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Question? Call for the vote, please.
If I could,
Actually, before we call, yes, sir, Mr. Boothers?
Ms. Kane, would you add to your motion, or amend your motion, add that it go back to the Public Services Committee?
Yes, I will.
Gary, would you, it was Gary that made the second, would you amend your second? Do you know what you're amending it to? Do you know what you're amending it to? I just want for clarity. Thank you. Call for the vote.
Mr. Brimmer. Mr. Brimmer votes yes. Mr. Bustos. Mr. Bustos votes yes. Mr. Carrier.
Yes.
Mr. Carrier votes yes. Mr. Garch.
No.
Mr. Garch votes no. Mr. Haney.
Aye.
Mr. Haney votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Santos.
Aye.
Mr. Santos votes yes. Mr. Smith.
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mayor Page.
No.
Mayor Page votes no.
Motion passes.
Reading ordinance number 17041, an ordinance to provide for the temporary suspension of the issuance of certain permits for construction of accessory dwelling units and for the subdivision of lots in certain areas of Mount Pleasant due to the risk of flooding.
Item number 3 is a resolution.
Move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, authorizing lease purchase agreement with U.S.
Second.
Corp. Government leasing and financing in the amount of $725,000.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it.
Resolution 17081.
Item number 4 is another resolution.
I move for the adoption of the resolution.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it.
Resolution 17083.
Item number 5 is the resolution authorizing the approval of CARTA and the fiscal year. Rick, you signed up under that?
For approval.
And Mr. Bustos has a comment.
Yeah, I see a disturbing, get used to it. I see a disturbing trend in the things that county council promised, you know, Highway 41, CARTA, and now it seems like a lot of it, and I'm just saying this, but it appears from what I'm reading that this is being worked into 526 because they want to finish 526. We can't or haven't been able to really address affordable housing because the market drives housing. So I think these folks make a good point. If the market drives affordable housing and the town can't build it, I do believe that we need to work and see about doing what we can to get affordable transportation, public transportation. And usually Mount Pleasant winds up on the short end of the stick. Now, I don't know what good not adopting or not passing this resolution
to approve the CARTA budget does. But I think that county council, they went around and they sold a little bit of something to everyone to get that referendum passed. And now I think it's time for them to honor their word. And if you know, and I feel we kind of got shorted on 41, and I think for public transportation in this town, we're getting shorted too.
Bustos and Mr. Garch?
If I may follow your comments, I'm wondering if the folks are here, if this body does not pass this resolution, what does that mean to them?
They are here. Mr. Mitchum is here from the VCD COG. And I know we have some transit supporters here as well. So, Mr. Mitchum?
Thank you, Mayor. Bottom line is as a member jurisdiction, we do ask you to approve it, even though there is no funding request. The way the law is written, it has to be a majority of the members approving the budget. So if you do not approve it, it does not necessarily stop us from moving forward with that budget on October 1. But I do want to address some of your comments because there are some misleading things being said out there. You know, this is a poster that says $102 million of your half-penny sales tax funding for public transit is alleged to have been appropriated for road construction. First of all, it hasn't been 102, 110. It's not even 50 million in the first year. So there's been no plan, county council, to move money to a road. County council has approved a 5-year plan, the first 5 years, so that we can plan accordingly. And it does not include any money for 526. You have to understand that the comment was made earlier, we didn't ask for any money. Well, that's not exactly true. We obviously were part of that discussion. The sales tax funds 3 things: green space, road improvements, and transit. And what the county is attempting to do, primarily through staff, is make sure that they borrow as little money as possible so they don't spend a lot of the sales tax revenue on debt service. So they're looking at the timing of various aspects of each of those programs. The green space program, they're not spending a lot of money right now. They bought a lot of park space, and quite frankly, PRC is not in a position to convert that land into recreational facilities with all the amenities at this particular time. So they're not moving forward with a tremendous amount of investment the first couple of years. They have some highway projects that are closer and more ready to go. They'll focus on those first. We have a BRT project, bus rapid transit component of the plan. That takes a lot of money. Obviously, there's a construction period. It takes us quite a bit of time to get to the point of construction because it's much like a road project. It's not your typical addition of a bus route or anything like that where we just have a public hearing, we've got the money to fund it, we put the service out there. In this case, we're actually constructing a dedicated lane, so it's doing road construction, so we have an environmental process, we have acquisition of right-of-way for the stations as well as some of the places where we'll need to acquire right-of-way for the road itself. So we will see less money initially, but when we get to construction, we actually see a pretty big chunk of money for a few years, and then we drop back down to a more normal rate. What I would tell you is, am I happy with where CARTA is at the moment? Absolutely not. We're way behind where we should be for this community, given what's going on. I can't do much about that other than try to catch up as fast as I can. But right now, our focus is on quality, more so than quantity. If you want me to go out there and put more service in place, I could probably do that, but I'm going to be running buses that are 23 years old. The average life, the useful life of a bus is 12 years, 500,000 miles. We have some that are, the majority of our large buses are 23 years old, 21 years old. Some of them have over 1 million miles. And so what happens is we cannot maintain the quality of service that people expect, particularly with choice riders. MUFC folks who ride the commuter buses, they're not going to ride if we can't get them there consistently on time. And most of the time when we're not on time, it has a lot to do with the vehicle breaking down, quite frankly. So we are going to be buying quite a few buses this year. We've got about $9 million worth of capital investment that we'll be making, replacing all those commuter buses first. We have 4 grant applications submitted to start replacing the fixed route buses.
So we're trying to get the equipment in place that we need to be able to provide the service at a quality level.
Well, let me just kind of boil it down to a question here. Based on what you're told, half-cent sales tax money that you were gonna get, are you getting that?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So you're satisfied
Yes,
with
sir.
the money that you get?
The other
Okay.
thing is, the referendum, the second referendum was different than the first referendum. The first referendum had a set percentage every year, 18%. That equates to a certain dollar amount, that's what you get. The second referendum did not have a percentage, but in the end of 25 years, we're probably gonna be somewhere in the neighborhood of 28 to 29% of the total amount of money will go to transit. So we actually come out ahead. We are trying to work with, the county obviously on scheduling and alignment of things. If we're in a position where we can go to construction sooner on the bus rapid transit, obviously we'd like to move that a little bit quicker. And we might be able to because your Highway 41 project could be bogged down. And some of the money you're expecting from the county might not be needed that particular year. But they are running a tally. We have sort of a bank account. So what we're not spending, which averages out to about $14 million a year, goes into sort of that account, if you will. And again, as we get to that period where we have to have a significant amount of construction dollars, we'll get a huge chunk of money as opposed to, and if we, we agreed with that because from the standpoint of if they borrow money and pay debt service, a percentage of that comes out of the transit funds. So
Please just appreciate my skepticism.
I understand, and it's one of those things we have to stay on top of.
Well, and here's the need, and Mr. Mitchell and I have had many conversations about the transit east of Cooper, and we want more. We don't think what we have is adequate. Mr. Morris and I are over there fighting the good fight, and I can tell you that what we're concerned with, obviously, is the transfer that we're having at Town Center and the time frame. The transit rider on the Highway 40, on the Route 41 bus now is a 90-minute turnaround. And, that's not, for a worker, it's not good. But I can tell you the good news. So the College of Charleston is doing a great study with the hospitality industry, and hopefully we can put smaller buses, shuttle buses, in effect that will get workers directly to spots on their shift hours. That is going to be a great improvement. We've got to fix our issues. We've just put in farebox tallies.
We have new fare boxes coming in this month, and automatic passenger counters have been in for about 3 months, and that allows us to automatically count the passengers and by stop. Right now, we have the drivers manually do that, and quite frankly, some days it's better than others.
And for what that might mean to us, Mr. Bustos, as skeptical as I remain as well, because I see the shifts and concerns myself, as skeptical as I remain about that, I think those farebox counters are going to show us that we have 10 riders every day at 3 o'clock on Coleman Boulevard that need a bus. And I think we will be able to more effectively increase our ridership and the effectiveness of our service. That's what my hopes are. And do you have any other issues before? Anybody have any other questions for Mr. Mitchell? Because I'm going to let Mr. Hankin have the floor.
Happy to meet with anybody
I see
anytime.
Mr. Santos and Mr. Smith and then Mr. Birch.
Thank you, appreciate it. I was on Carter for a couple of years back, and we heard the same things you're talking about right now. I think modernization of the buses is critical. We talked about the fact that, like when you go in the airport, you're able to swipe your phone over to be able to get your ticket and go into the airplane. Jeff came and talked to us, and I asked him if they had moved any further on that, and he didn't know. He said no. Also, USB ports on the bus. We had talked about that before. We want to try and make it more comfortable for business folks as well as the younger generation who carry their laptops and their phones to be able to plug in on the bus and energize their laptops and things like that. Where are y'all with that, with these brand new buses? Because you remember when we talked about it last time, you said, Mr. Santos, we got some brand new buses, and when we doing these brand new buses, we can do this kind of thing.
Yes, we're adding technology to all the buses. One of the things we've done, we're getting ready to order the commuter replacement buses. And one of the things we did was we surveyed the riders on that bus about the amenities they'd like to see. Those buses are 1994 flexible buses, which is the year the flexible bus company went out of business, so try getting a part for that. It's not easy. So they're high floor buses with the big seats, more like a coach bus, and you can't buy those anymore, really, truly. Everybody's at low floor. And we have to buy American, so there's only a few manufacturers that produce large buses. And so we don't get a lot of options, but we can get the overhead lighting, we can get seats that have a little bit higher back, it's still gonna be low floor, but there are things we can do, and most of those things we're gonna be able to take care of, and we'll be able to meet their wishes without really spending a whole lot of extra money. So we have an app that we'll be rolling out in September, so you'll hear stuff from Daniel, our PR guy, who'll roll that out, which allows folks to better plan. Everybody understands that there are occasions when there's flooding and there's accidents on 26, or tar falls on 526, that everything gets screwed up and the bus is not going to be on time. And their issue is we don't have the technology telling them when it's going to be there, so they can continue to sit inside in the comfort of their office or wherever, knowing that they've got an extra 10 or 15 minutes. So our on-time performance, when we took over 2 years ago, was less than 80%. It's 93% in June. And it'll drop off a little bit when school kicks in, and we'll work on tweaking it and getting it back up. But if we want people to ride the system and take advantage of the service, we have to have those amenities, and we have to be reliable and dependable.
Mr. Smith, did you have another question too? Just about, are you happy with the bus question?
Yeah, I was happy with the, how about Wi-Fi? You could put Wi-Fi on those buses.
Wi-Fi on all the buses.
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Ron. It was mentioned to Jeff as well. Hopefully this is not the first time you're hearing it, but can you assure us that the stop in front of East Cooper Medical Center will, now that they're in their new facilities, we can get it back so we're not dropping off? One of our major employers here in town is continually reaching out to us. Their workforce is being dropped off at Arby's. We need to get that bus stop back in front of the hospital right away, sir.
Mayor and I talked about that, and Jeff has reached out to Ramona Pickens, thank you. I want to say Jenkins, I knew that wasn't right. And so we're trying to schedule a meeting so we can talk about not only that, but some other issues that they might want to talk about, how we can better serve their employees.
So we're there.
We're getting there.
We're getting there, yeah.
We're pushing.
We
Mr.
don't
Garch?
know exactly where they want it yet, but we'll get it and get it moved.
Mr. Garch, did you have a question?
I'm a hold for now. I'll wait for Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. Mr. Bremer?
Mr. Mitchell, you mentioned that this budget goes in front of the members for approval.
Yes, sir.
How's the vote going so far?
I have no issues.
So everyone so far has approved?
Yes, sir. I think we've had 4 other jurisdictions. I think Jeff's at Hanahan, the city of Hanahan tonight, so I didn't get a text from him in a panic mode, so I think everything went fine. They don't go quite as long as you guys, so I'm sure they're done. Again, we are really working on getting the quality where it needs to be before we expand the system. And yeah, I can't do much expansion anyway till I can get some more equipment in here. When we took over, we had about a $40 million equipment gap. Think in terms of if you had every police car you had was way past its useful life, and you weren't sure whether they were going to be able to make it to the call. That's my average day. Is a lot of those buses, I'm not sure they're going to make it the whole day, and that's just not the type of system we should have in this region in this day and age. So, unfortunately, with few manufacturers, we've got 3 that we ordered 2 months ago. I saw the salesman today, talked to him. He's trying to sell more. I'm like, you can't give me the 3 I need. And I'm still 12 months away.
Quality doesn't do much good if you don't have service. I'm concerned about the loss of service. I'm concerned about when our employers come in front of the council and say they can't get their employees to work on public transit. So, I think there needs to be more discussion about what can be done in the immediate future to improve the service over here. It's something that we've been talking a lot about, and it just doesn't seem to be moving forward for us over here. And so you need to hear that from us, you need to hear that from our public. This is something that's becoming more important, and to continually say, well, we're going to get money 5 years or 10 years down the road, that's really not the appropriate kind of service that we want to provide our residents here over here as well. And so,
yes, sir. But understand, if you're an employee who depends on transit, and we get you late 3 out of 5 days, you're probably not going to keep that job. unless we've had a discussion with the employer. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to engage them a little bit more about understanding the limitations of what we can do, given the equipment we have, and the fact that we don't have any managed lanes, we don't have any special exception that allows us to pass everybody by. If there's a problem out there, we're probably caught up in it. Now, we're doing computer-aided dispatch. That's another thing we're investing in so that they can look to reroute the buses, particularly the commuter buses, so that if there's something happening, we don't go get in it, we move around it, as long as we don't miss stops. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not something that's occurred in the past. And as the mayor knows from being on the board, we, for a long time, Carter was not in a position to be able to really hold this contractor accountable. We have to have a contractor. All the drivers, mechanics are union. That comes back to the SCEG days. They are grandfathered. As long as we have a transit system, we will always have union employees that work for a contractor. The contractor deals with them. We cannot by law deal directly with them. So when you owe the contractor, though, and as the mayor knows, it before we took over, it was about 7 months, which is close to $8 million. It's kind of hard when you're not holding up your end of the deal on the contract to be able to hammer home performance. But we have taken care of those issues. We've eliminated that debt. We've brought in we've got a corporate review. We've got a new team that's come in to manage that, so we're taking care of the quality. And I noticed Mr. DeMora is very good at whipping out those zeros, so if he wants to string 6, 7, or 8 of those together and y'all throw a number in front of it and send it to us, we count coins, dollars, or take checks. But every little bit helps. But really and truly, our biggest challenge right now is getting caught up on the equipment so that we have reliable equipment to get folks where they need to be. And that's why I say I know we're behind. That's something we've been concerned about from a planning perspective for some time. We saw this coming. It's only going to get worse. 526 out there, some work occurring on the other end. There'll be more coming on this end. You probably got 2 more lanes out there.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Let's let Mr. Hamilton have some time, and I appreciate your answering Steph's question, Council's question. If you'll state your name and address for the record, Mr. Hamilton.
My name is William Hamilton. I live at 32 Soul Street in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I'm the Executive Director of Best Friends of Low Country Transit. Their numbers vanish and they move around and they mutate and they disappear. But before I do that, in June, when they were deciding to finish this budget and not spend the money that was available to improve regular bus service, they spent, the COG, which Mr. Mitchum runs, spent tens of thousands of dollars on an expert facilitated study where we sat in 3 meetings and pushed clickers telling them what we wanted. One of the clickers we pushed said we wanted better alternative transportation. While that dog and pony show was going on at taxpayer expense, the real decisions not to improve our bus service were being made by the COG and County Council and the CARTA board behind everyone's back. It wasn't transparent, it was wasteful, and it was deceitful. Don't hold meetings telling the public you're listening when you're not. As to express buses have been rerouted in Mount Pleasant around traffic wrecks for years. The drivers have used radios to relay the dispatch on Leeds Avenue over traditional radios telling people there's a wreck on Coleman, and then they go down Johnny Dodds instead, or they go down Coleman instead of Johnny Dodds. That's been going on for years. It doesn't have to wait till next year for GPS to do it. A resolution was passed by County Council a year ago. A year ago tomorrow night, County Council changed the wording of the referendum question behind everyone's back. They passed a written document they didn't put on the written record, and we all thought there was specific appropriation for transit in the referendum. When we found out there wasn't, a month later, we went back and with a torrent of public rage, forced them to pass a resolution. That resolution committed $350 million for regular bus service and $250 million to construct the bus rapid transit system. They are separate things. That $350 million comes down to $14 million per year. Next year, they're spending $3 million of that. $2 million for new equipment and $1 million for additional service. The problem is That doesn't bring them to a level of fleet replacement that will ever support improving transit. They have no intention of improving public transit in Mount Pleasant or anywhere. They're going to run a minimally adequate bus system that gets the sheer minimum tolerable level of low-paid workers under crummy conditions to their miserable jobs forever.
Thank you.
We know that this goes on. We know that they're planning to do this for at least the next 10 years. The funding levels go up to like 3.2, 3.3. It's not the level. They can't run a bus to the hospital because it takes it so far off 17. It takes too much time. They have to have additional equipment to do things like that. So when they're promising you they're going to do the hospital, they can't do it because they don't have the buses, the hours, and the drivers to do it.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Mitchell? All right, call for the vote.
Mr. Brimmer?
No.
Mr. Brimmer votes no. Mr. Bustos?
No.
Mr. Bustos votes no. Mr. Carrier?
Yes.
Mr. Carrier votes yes. Mr. Guard? Mr. Guard votes yes. Mr. Haney?
No.
Mr. Haney votes no. Mr. Owens?
No.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Santos?
No.
Mr. Santos votes no. Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Smith votes yes. Mayor Page?
No.
Mayor Page votes no.
The motion fails. Item number 6 is the first reading of an ordinance authorizing approval of grant, professional and constructional easement on Waterworks Track B, Woodland subdivision.
Move the first reading, second.
Motion and a second. Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it.
First reading ordinance number 17042, an ordinance authorizing and approving a grant of perpetual and construction easement to Mount Pleasant Waterworks and property known as Track B Woodland Subdivision, North Highway 17, TMS 558-0000112.
7 is first reading of an ordinance authorizing transfer of title.
First reading, second.
I have a motion and a second for first reading. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it.
First reading ordinance number 17043, an ordinance authorizing the transfer of title to right-of-way to the South Carolina Department of Transportation related to the U.S. Highway 17 widening project.
Here's another one that relates to the Mark Clark and US 17 for the transfer.
Move the first reading,
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it.
Reading ordinance number 17044, an ordinance authorizing the transfer of title to right-of-way to the South Carolina Department of Transportation related to the U.S. Highway 17 Mount Clark Interchange Project.
Item number 9 is consideration of awarding an economic development incentive grant. Under that, item number A is executive session, and council may decide to convene executive session for the purpose of hearing proprietary business, convene into, the wording's a little strange here, to hear proprietary business information. And then, of course, post-executive session, we may take action on it listed in the agenda or discussed in executive session during the properly noticed meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's a recommendation from the committee, I mentioned earlier in my report, to conclude that action item under that Economic Development Committee report. There was a motion made to send the Economic Development Incentive Grant application to full council with a positive recommendation. Staff recommend for their full funding level. Was a motion and a seconded and voted favorable from the committee. So that's in the form of a motion.
When part of that,
Wasn't part of that covered in executive session?
I'm sorry. Are you, I'm sorry, Councilman Bustos, are you asking, did we go into executive committee and discuss a portion of this at the Economic Development Committee? Is that your question, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think some of us have heard what was discussed in executive session.
I understand. I'm just completing my task from the Economic Development Committee recommendations for a motion.
What executive session?
Debating going into executive.
Just so everyone's aware, the way that this was done in committee and is on our agenda, executive session, the purpose was solely to hear proprietary business information. The rest of the discussion should be on the record.
I think we're prepared to go over the overview out here, then go in and discuss the details of it if that's
Okay.
acceptable to everyone. Amy, would you come forward and discuss the nature of this? And
Sure, absolutely, thank you.
This evening we have before you an application for our Economic Development Incentive Grant Ordinance. This is a project that is potentially both a revision and expansion project here in the town. The particular company would either remain and expand in the town or relocate to North Charleston. 2 locations have been identified in both municipalities, and the move from the current location is precipitated by employee growth. So looking at our Economic Development Incentive Grant, there are a couple of items that we look at when we look at companies to see if they fit. The number 1 criteria is if they create and or retain a substantial number of quality jobs. And for this particular project, we're looking at retaining 44 jobs and the addition of 20 jobs. And to answer your question, or the portion about quality jobs, we typically look at the type of job. So these are back office, regional headquarters type position. And then we also look at the salary. The estimated, the current average annual salary for this particular company in Mount Pleasant is over double both the regional MSA salary and the South Carolina salary. The second item that we look at is they're providing a significant investment in this particular company. Here would be looking to do an equity ownership position in a building here. They would be providing significant investment, over $1 million investment here in the town. And then the third criteria is generating a significant amount of total revenue from outside the Tri-County area, and reviewing a 5-year historic average. Only 26% of their revenue actually comes from the town of Mount Pleasant. And then qualify as compatible economic development as defined in the town of Mount Pleasant Economic Development Strategy. As we mentioned, this is a regional headquarters, which is outlined within our economic development strategy. They're able to, they're considered what we consider net generators of wealth, and they do employ folks. I thought something that was really interesting, I typically ask employers, I think we all do when we go and we visit, and we want to know what percentage of your staff actually live in Mount Pleasant. And something that I've heard over and over and over again from council as we're looking at economic development is we want to create job opportunities in which people are able to live and work in the same community, as we do look at these regional transportation issues that we just discussed. In this particular company, 48% of their employees live in Mount Pleasant, which is significantly higher. Typically, when I ask a company, it's around 28 to 30%. So I would say that this qualifies. I'd be happy to answer any questions that I'm able to answer out here.
Is this a relocation in Mount Pleasant if they stay, or is it an expansion?
It would be a relocation, but it would be an expansion in the same sense that they would be relocating to a larger space than they're currently occupying. And the period of time for those jobs is 5 years. We kind of did everything in a 5-year period, whether looking back or looking forward.
So, Amy, thank you for your presentation. Council members, Mayor, all of you are well aware of our criteria that we've set up and established. 100% of that criteria has been met, not 3 of the 4, all 4 has. And if y'all want to go, if there's a need to go into executive session so we can dive deeper into some of those, happy to do that. If there's any nods of affirmation that we want to do that. Very good. Madam Mayor, I move that we go into executive session. I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go into executive session to hear proprietary business information, and post-executive session we may take action on this item. All in favor?
Discussion, please. Before the vote.
Okay, but I'd already called the vote. I apologize.
So am I recognized or not?
I can certainly recognize you.
Thank you.
The vote has been called, but
I have an issue with the agenda items. I should have brought this up earlier, but I just want to make note to council, and I intend to look into this further, and I hope others of you will join me. Last month, the post-executive session notice said council may take action upon reconvening from executive session. This month, post-executive session says council may take action on any item listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. That seems to be a significant change that I and others have noticed. Members of the public stopped me in the hall and asked me about that earlier. You know, we know that there have been major issues for other municipalities regarding open sessions, executive session, abuse of executive session. I want us to get our act together on executive session. And I saw that today, and a huge change from 1 line to 3 lines, from may take action upon reconvening to on an item discussed in an executive session. What executive session? You know, this meeting, last meeting, committee meeting executive session, in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. That doesn't necessarily specify this meeting. So I have a problem with it. I'm going to vote to go into executive session, but this is a big deal. Transparency and the public trust is a big deal, and getting real loose with the wording about what we can do after executive session, in my mind, does not aid transparency. Thank you.
Yes, Ben?
One thing I just wanted to clarify that Felton mentioned is they're able to request a reimbursement for their business license tax, and because their business license tax is calculated based on their gross receipts, and that is considered proprietary information, that's the request.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And the need to go into executive session, which we have had a positive vote to do. What? We didn't have, we had a motion and a second, and we called for the vote. I heard lots of ayes. I've heard many people. How many people said aye? So we had, I believe we had a vote, so that's what I heard.
Might actually get it cold.
Charge me.
The doctor's visit at least, come on.
File workers.
Sniffles are worth like $50.
Everybody back? Thank you. We are out of executive session, and we have some post-executive session, I can't talk anymore, post-executive session action.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'd like to make a motion to make a recommendation to allow staff to move forward with the economic development incentive grant application as discussed in executive session with special notations and special accolades to our incredible staff member, Amy Livingston, for a job well done. Keep up the good work.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it. Item number B under old business is the final reading of an ordinance to establish a Freedom of Information Act policy. Mr. Gregory, we asked to defer this issue? Correct.
Yes, ma'am. After first reading, there's some additional information we're gathering from some of the department heads in order to make it a little more precise. So just from a staff perspective, we would certainly appreciate it if we would defer this for another 30 days so that we can include some of our department head comments.
Someone was stated by the town attorney.
30 days is enough time? Okay, so we have a motion and a second for defer for 30 days. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it. Is there anything else that comes before this council this evening? Nothing else? We're adjourned.